Is Ghost of Yotei just more of the same? In the wake of the state of play for Ghost of Yotei, most of the people that in my chat and most of the people that I've seen reacting to it are pretty excited, but many are sort of saying that it looks like more of the same, there's not enough differences. And so what I wanted to do is I went back and I rewatched the state of play on my own, not in front of a camera, not having to like monitor all the different things, and I just really wanted to listen to the details of what they've done with this game. And I've even got some videos and some things we'll look at here later in the stream, just sort of analyzing the differences graphically as well, since that's something that people typically zero in on, and they'll say, oh, it doesn't even look any better. We're going to analyze that as well. But what I wanted to talk about is how, as far as I can tell, this is not more of the same. This is a significantly different approach to the game, continuing the franchise, obviously, but there are some pretty significant changes that they have made. So we'll talk about the story, we'll talk about the gameplay, the combat, the music. We'll talk about, just graphically as well, the things that I've noticed, and then some of the modes that they've added just here in this show open. And then we'll discuss, because this is one of my most anticipated games this year, and Ghost of Tsushima is one of my all-time favorite games as well. So obviously I was very concerned they were going to go in different directions here. And they did make a significant change to something that I was worried about. And I do have lingering concerns about that change, and we'll talk about that more in a moment. If you're watching this later, remember that when we do content like this, YouTubers, we need that interaction, right? So leave comments, hit like, be here for those live shows. That's one of the best ways to support a video if you liked it, or if you like the content or the live shows. Make sure you do those things. We also do extra content that you're missing out on. So for $6 a month, you get into all that extra stuff. So consider supporting the channel directly. Hit join, pick Member Plus, and then the guys over there on the purple platform, same deal. You can get past all of the unpleasant things that pop up every now and again, and you'll be able to see those things. You'll be able to see the content, as a sub. So let's just get into it. Let me actually, I didn't set my scene here. Just let me get my scene set here for you guys, and that's the wrong one. So we're gonna run that. There we go. Let's get into this. I wanna break this down. Okay. So when we consider whether or not a game is more of the same, this is a common thing that we hear about sequels. One of the things that people will zero in on is typically the story, and I actually think the story of Ghost of Yotei is maintaining the thematic thrust of Tsushima, but approaching it in a very different way. They are maintaining the mythological nature of the main character being a ghost, but in a different way. In Ghost of Tsushima, Jin slowly becomes legend, and people hear of this ghost that is going around the island and essentially liberating it. In this, it's essentially taking on the role of ghost, of being a mythological thing, and that is essentially what Atsu's embodying. So she doesn't necessarily become the ghost through the story. You sort of start, and that's what people think of you. Now, your growth in the game is being more renowned and being more feared, but from the very beginning, she's not sort of starting on the island or as a citizen and then just suddenly has this situation where she is now considered a ghost. So I think that's a pretty significant difference, in that it's kind of like when we've been watching some of these origin story movies, where instead of having to see their origin, this one's going to be sort of bouncing back and forth between that. You're able to time travel, you're able to remember things that had happened. And with Jin, it was more of a linear story, which I thought worked rather well, until of course you got to DLC and learned about his father. Also, Jin's story is more about helping others with their own revenge and sort of balancing the line between vengeance and justice. He is also balancing the way of the samurai and the tension of the relationship with his uncle. That's a significant point in the game of tension for Jin Sakai. As he embraces being a ghost and abandons the way of the samurai, that leads to a very poignant end. That will not be present in this game because we are dealing with just more of a typical revenge story. Atsu is hunting down targets, and instead of sort of trying to liberate an island. So this is more personal at that level, but it's personal in a different way. Like for Jin, it was personal because he was abandoning, essentially the way he was raised and the man who adopted him, and that was very personal. This is personal in that it's less about liberating the people in the island. It seems like it's going to be interwoven with her own sort of vendetta that she has. Now, yes, this story is a bit of a trope, and I know people are maybe seeing that theme crop up, especially if you played Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? A game where your dad gets killed and now you're going to go kill everybody that did it, and there's like a group of people. It is bizarre how similar this ended up being to that story, but I think that's a common trope in old samurai movies and old samurai stories, sort of like having to go on this road of, is it honorable to do this, and the tension of wanting to remain pure and yet doing something that is driven by revenge and vengeance. And so I actually think the story is in a lane where people are going to say, well, we've seen this story before, we played this story before. Listen, I think most video games are going to fall into these categories anyway. Ghost of Tsushima was almost sort of like the chosen one adjacent. You know, like Jin is sort of the guy that can do everything. He straddles the line, and he's able to become this hero that the island needs. It's sort of Jin versus the many, right? He's this mysterious hero who just beats all the odds. He essentially liberates an entire island from a Mongol invasion, okay? That is a story arc we have heard before. And I also, when people start saying, oh, it's a revenge story. We've seen so many revenge stories. Revenge stories are relatable. People like them. People like to see the person get their comeuppance. They like to see things set right. And I mean, the John Wick movies, I think, are a testimony to this, that people like a good revenge story. It's something that people enjoy. So I don't really take any issue with that. I also think the implementation of the story looks rather good, and so we'll get to that in a moment with the bounties and things. So that's just sort of the story. I don't feel like the story is more of the same. I don't feel like the story is repeating the pattern of the first game. It's actually diverging quite a bit. So if anybody's saying this is exactly the same story as the first game, I would say they didn't play the first game, because this is not how the first game goes. Now, second, let's just talk about the gameplay. So I actually think the way they're doing this with exploration, the world itself, I really, really like. You'll notice throughout the trailer, there is significant graphical improvements over the previous game. People are saying that that's not true. I think any analysis done by anybody with a shred of credibility is going to point out the significant upticks that this game has received. Also, there's a lot more biome diversity. There's a lot more use of color in this, and I love that. That was something that I really liked in Tsushima. Now, you're seeing some of the intentional choices that you have in the previous footage that was just rolling. With the cards, you can question people. It seems to be very game impacting, allowing you to sort of decide what you want to do, what you want to look into. They just got done showing us how the bounties work. The bounties look like sort of like intentional choices with duels, which is one of the best things in Tsushima, those duels, those face-offs. So named enemies with a health bar, that is going to be something you're going to be able to pursue if you want. Like if you want to go out and do all those bounties. This again is a new thing that was not in the previous game. They just showed the altars of reflection. You can discover those on your own, or you can buy a traveler's map from a cartographer. Then here they're going to show use of spyglass in the open world for more organic discovery. You're noticing a very sort of stripped down approach to the open world. This is something that I'm glad they're continuing. I actually think Ghost of Tsushima is one of the best open world games I have ever played. It has a sense of purpose in the discovery. You're not just roaming around needlessly, but it also doesn't feel like that chase the icon, chase the checklist. They even actually say in this video, they say it's not about checking it all off, it's about engaging in the content that gets you excited. That, I think, is encouraging to anybody who was worried, and I was one of those people, that they were just going to sort of deal in the bloated map, overstuffed map tropes of other games like we have seen. That was one of the reasons that I ended up sort of falling out with AC Shadows the more that I played it. They also outline later in the video a camp mechanic where you can kind of camp out. There is dialogue, there is upgrades, cooking meals, planning your next mission. This is all completely new. None of this was in the previous game. And it also has a more character-driven approach versus the journal. I think it's a nice upgrade to the menu. So if somebody has something for you, you'll go to that menu, you'll go to that character, and you'll be able to designate whether or not you want to do that. Again, these are all, I think, really, really good improvements, and the art style alone of that UI when they show all the characters is excellent. Perfect timing here. I wanted to talk about combat. That's where I am in my outline, and that's where the video is. So they took a completely different approach here, and I think a lot of people are glossing over this, those that are saying, oh, it doesn't look any different, it looks like the same game. Again, I feel like a lot of people are either self-reporting that they did not play Ghost of Tsushima, or maybe, I'll try to be charitable here, maybe it's been a long time since you have played Ghost of Tsushima. The fact that she can use a katana, spear, kasurigama, odachi, or dual swords is an enormous change. This is not going to play like the previous game. Essentially, in the first game, Jin would seamlessly move through 4 stances with a katana. Now, what this does is it very subtly tells the story of a man who is one with the sword. He is a samurai. He has been trained. And so he is able to just seamlessly go and almost like flow, like water. He's able to go from one stance to the next. This, I think, is a great immersive point in the first game, because you're also sneaking and killing and stabbing people in the back, and then when you face off, you have this fluid expression of player choice, moving seamlessly from one character or one enemy to the next and switching your stances. In Yotei, you will be actively switching to a different weapon, which changes your stance, which changes how far you can reach, which changes how fast you are. This is going to be something in my mind that will significantly change the combat, because you're no longer just using a katana the entire time. Now, I was concerned what they were going to do with stances. I was like, well, is every single weapon going to have its own couple of stances that you use? It actually seems like the weapons are tools to decide what you want to do. So like here you're seeing an odachi being used, the very big giant blade, which when she sheathes it, this is a great moment. This is what you use against the big brutes. My only lingering concern here is she doesn't fluidly switch from one to the next. There are little miniature beats in between when she switches from one weapon to another, and with the way that combat flows in Tsushima, I hope we don't lose that, right? That fluidity of switching, I think, flows incredibly well. You also have to remember, there is no traditional lock-on feature in Tsushima. That seems to be returning. You can't just like lock on to a character and then you like circle them and follow them. It's a very loose lock-on, and then it'll sort of seamlessly move from one enemy to the next. Well, this actually pairs incredibly well with the stance system. You feel as if you're sort of flowing through a group of enemies very much like a fluid motion. You don't feel like you're having to like, okay, this guy, okay, now this guy, now this guy. You're literally moving and pivoting, reacting on time. And the first couple times you do this and you switch your stance in time to deflect an attack, like maybe you're facing a guy with a sword and shield and a guy with a spear is coming up on you, and you switch to your stance for the spear guy and you deflect him and you kill him. That is when I think Tsushima really clicks for people, because the non-traditional lock-on pairs with that stance system so well. In Yotei, not being able to do that as fluidly, I just hope that doesn't have a negative impact on the gameplay. I trust Sucker Punch. I don't think they would do that. I think they would give it that feeling of fluidity, and they would give it that feeling of seamlessness, because you're going from one character, to the next, one enemy to the next, and whenever that happens, you don't want to feel like you're tripping on yourself, right? You don't want to feel like you're stumbling to get a weapon out, especially when you're in a crowd of enemies. That was something that was very enjoyable in Tsushima, was sort of feeling like you could take on an entire group and just move from one to the next very, very seamlessly. So this could be a very good thing, though. This could give Yotei its own unique feel, right? You're not going to feel like the moving like water samurai. You're going to feel a little bit more like a warrior with a tool set of weapons, which will help Yotei and Atsu stand apart and not have anybody saying, oh, it feels exactly the same. Now, we just saw some of the sequences here about allies like the wolf. We all kind of jokingly thought, oh, somebody can play as the wolf, but it's clear you're going to be able to use the wolf periodically, maybe only on particular missions, but the wolf was even included in the standoff, which was like my favorite part of the entire thing. Everybody kind of geeked out. This section, I think, also displays what I was talking about with like the campfire, a very different approach to just sort of rhythmically moving through the game, sensing a passage of time, sensing a journey internally as well, her sort of reflecting on what's going on, what she's doing. I think these will be good opportunities for good dialogue and good narrative to sort of move things forward, kind of like in Death Stranding 2, you kind of go back to your room or you go back to this place and you talk to people. The campsite can kind of serve that. Now, I do want to talk graphically about what I've seen in this, and we do have a video. I'm going to show some side-by-sides, and I'll kind of react, and we're going to really entertain the notion, is this game graphically stronger than Tsushima? I would argue that it is blatantly obvious that this game looks so much better than Tsushima. And Tsushima tricks people. Tsushima has some of the best art direction in gaming. I think it's just absolutely beautiful. I saw a really great breakdown of this. The guy was comparing Tsushima on PC to something else. He was just showing, like, when you have good art direction, your game can look incredible, even if it's an older game. So I want to give Tsushima its flowers, but the graphical fidelity, the lighting, the use of color, this has all been significantly upgraded. Customization, as you just saw, seems to be completely and vastly overhauled and improved. Lots more options, lots more ways to make your character look awesome. You want to make her look like she's just sort of in a robe and, maybe just unassuming, or do you want to make her look like an insane warrior? You can sort of do whatever you want there. I liked the vastness there. And now we're to my part of the outline about music, which is perfect because they're showing you that section of the video. The mashup of Eastern instrumentation and Western influence is just awesome. You can hear it. You can feel it. It's like, they're using Eastern instruments. They're not using, like, instruments that you would hear in more Western settings, like, guitars and drums and things like that. And I think that mashup is wonderful. I think it's really going to make this soundtrack stand apart. You can tell they took really, really great care with the soundtrack. Now let's talk about the modes. There's obviously a photo mode, and then the return of the samurai, actually not the return of, there's going to be a samurai cinema mode where if you want the Japanese voice acting, and it's now fully lip synced, so that's a good uptick from the first game. The first game, the Japanese voice acting was not lip synced until the director's cut, which was a bit of a bummer. There's also the Kurisawa mode, the black and white mode. It looks stunning. I've still never got to do my entire playthrough of the game. There's the Mike mode. I believe I hope I'm pronouncing some of these right. The Mike mode is the zoomed in camera for combat with more blood. This is inspired by film directors. The Watanabe mode has like a lo-fi vibe with the music. Now, that was very much not for me. It was very much immersion breaking, but anime fans lost their dadgum mind, so I know they're excited about that. Listen, all of this points to passion is what is driving this game, which I know people have automatic bent against anything Sony does. If Sony's doing something, they're going to be critical. They'll say that they do too many sequels. They say all their games are movie games. A lot of these sort of canned cliche criticisms of Sony games. I get where a lot of that is coming from, but I really do think people need to remember something. Passion is something that's been talked about a lot lately with reference to Expedition 33, and that's what makes that game just ooze with excellence. And I really do think that Sucker Punch loudly signaled with this 20-minute video that they have poured passion into this game. There has been great care taken at every level to make sure that this game is improved and good and enjoyable and at an excellent level of quality. So a lot of this, it's just more of the same. The irony is that's just more of the same forced negativity that happens so often today in gaming dialogue. Your criticism is just more of the same. It's very empty. It's very forced. I don't think I'm going to see any genuine analysis of this game that comes out on the other side and is like, yeah, it's just more of the same. It's boring. It's basically DLC. That feels very disingenuous. That feels very forced. And as I say, the irony is that's just more of the same criticism. We hear this every time a sequel crops up. We have to go through this sort of bad faith dialogue about a sequel. Sequels should be celebrated. A sequel is a sign of success. It means the first game crushed it. It means the game was so popular that people wanted another one. Nobody was angry when John Wick 2 came out and said, here we go again, just more of the same of Keanu Reeves beating people up and shooting them. Nobody does this in other instances. So I think with video games, we should really consider what a sequel means and what does it mean when a studio really, really sets a clear stage that they poured passion into their project. This does not feel like some line item for them. It feels like they wanted every inch of this game to be as amazing as it could be. And as a huge fan of Tsushima, I will be the first to say if I'm disappointed or didn't like it. Like, usually I'm quicker to express dissatisfaction or criticism with something that I'm looking forward to because I have more on the line, right? It's easier to shrug off a game you weren't that interested in. It's easier to sort of just set it to the side and be like, well, it wasn't that good. I really hope that Yotei nails it. I hope that none of my, concerns about is the open world going to be too stuffed? Is the combat going to feel too different with the weapons versus the stances? I hope that none of those concerns come to bear and the game just delivers an excellent experience so that Sucker Punch can continue what I consider to be one of the stronger franchises in the PlayStation catalog. I know Horizon's done incredibly well and God of War's done incredibly well, but I think that the Ghost franchise could be a long-standing franchise for PlayStation as well as Sucker Punch, and Yotei could just be one more chapter in that book. So that's my reaction. That's my argument that this is not more of the same as I walk through pretty much everything that I could pick up on and point out that I feel has been changed, upgraded, or enhanced. So now it's time to talk to y'all. Make sure you're hitting the like button. Like, guys, nice, strong start on the like count, man. I know that's a longer show open, but I'm passionate about this franchise. I'm passionate about this game. And I just wrote that this morning. I just rewatched the event, and I just wrote that. And I was just like, I really do feel like a lot of the statements like, oh, it's just more of the same, or a lot of the statements about it doesn't look any better. We're going to be looking at a breakdown of comparing Tsushima graphically to Yotei graphically because I think that's another important thing to do. But Han shot first, and so did you. Joker Quinn starting us off. Let me reset the member battle here and let's give Purple a little bit of hope since they got obliterated again yesterday. We're going to start off the day with 2 because Joker Quinn, thank you so much for doing that. And that puts us exactly 10 away from the next milestone. We could start the day with a 10 bomb on either platform to steal the 5 members that I owe. And thank you, Ghost in the Garage Gaming, for renewing a member plus. I appreciate that so much. I'm tired of the revenge story. I completely am okay with, honestly, Javier. If you personally are like, I'm a little tired of the revenge story thing, I think it's extremely unfortunate that it's a very similar story to AC Shadows. That's just accidental. Like, there's no way you could claim one story copied the other. These games have been in production for far too long. It is unfortunate because I think a lot of people are going to say that. They're going to be like, isn't this the same sort of kickoff story to AC Shadows? My hope would be the execution really makes it stand apart, because it is going to be a very, very different expression of that story, because you're not going to be bouncing back and forth with Yasuke. You're not going to be dealing with the sort of Assassin's Creedification of a game, like you're going to villages, you're talking to people, you're doing the little things. It seems like Yotei is going to be a lot more free flow in that regard. Like, the open world's not going to feel like that incessant funneling you to the icon, And thank you, Frank Lass, for 8 months of memberships, jumping back in. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. I get people being like, I'm tired of the revenge story. That's more personal than saying, oh, here we go again, another revenge story. It's like, well, come on, man. These types of stories are everywhere. How many John Wicks have we made now? How many Equalizers are there? They're great. They're enjoyable. Watching the amazing person give the person that has it coming their due. I think we all love those stories. Thank you, Jamal, with 21 months. I don't disagree much, but I do lean on the side of more of the same. I'm excited for the game, but an evolution of movement traversal would have sufficed. Well, and I think the problem with that is, how do you really evolve how somebody moves in that time in history, right? Being able to, climb a mountain with, a grappling hook and a rope, I mean, that is about as much as they're going to be able to do. Like that and a horse and, she can slide or whatever. I just don't know how you would have really evolved her traversal that much, given where it happens in history. It might come across as a little silly. Yeah, like giving her a pogo stick or a bicycle or something. Give her a car. I think within the time that it's happening, it's sensible. Yeah, that she's not zooming around on a jetpack. I think that's sensible. If anyone thinks this looks the same or is just DLC, they're blind. Sorry for harsh, but that's on them. Well, and I genuinely think there is just still this thing in the air where if it's from a brand, it's automatically decried as all these things. And it's like, I just prefer to talk about games and whether or not I'm interested in them and whether or not I think they're going to be good. And for all intents and purposes, I saw everything I wanted to see from a Tsushima sequel. I'm seeing improvements. I'm seeing upgrades. I'm seeing new ideas. I'm seeing a complete... Like, they overhauled... and this is, I think, at some level, this is kind of brilliant. They overhauled the combat system while keeping its core identity intact. That's not an easy thing to do. Like, that's not an easy thing to do. They completely overhauled it, being like, yeah, she's not going to use just a katana. That's a significant shift. Giving her 5 weapons, but they did it, and then they kept the core identity of the combat intact. I think that's really, really deserving of praise. That's a bold choice, and it worked really well in Jedi Survivor. Instead of being like, yeah, here's the main character again with a lightsaber. Have fun with your lightsaber. They were like, no, we're going to give you multiple ways of engaging in combat within the framework of being a Jedi. Now, Cal Kestis obviously still is primarily using a lightsaber, but again, I think it really, really helped. 6 weapons if you count dual wielding. Well, that's kind of confusing to say 6 weapons. I mean, it's the dual is a weapon. What was that Maddie video saying? I didn't watch more of the same. Maddie, I watched his video this morning. It didn't seem negative at all. I'm not going to support Ubisoft. Sorry. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this game or another game? The campfire system with the vendors coming to you is going to be a game changer. I see games copying it. I like that because what that's going to do is that's going to remove that sort of flat tire of, and this was something, AC Shadows. I actually liked AC Shadows until about the 35th hour, and then I got tired of it. It actually is, I think, a very good game. It's just very bloated. But that was a bit of a flat tire in Tsushima. You would get to a point and you'd have to like go to a village and you'd have to like run to each vendor and like do the thing. That removal, I think, is a really good idea. It's going to make Atsu feel more nomadic on the island. Like she really is just this roving, warrior, this roaming character of death. And vengeance, but also it's going to give her time to kind of sit and self-reflect. I think it's going to be really good. That was an element of Tsushima, like I didn't see it as a negative, but that definitely did sometimes feel a little video gamey. It's like, okay, I got to fast travel to the town, and I got to run up to each individual person and like get rid of all of the little things that are now new. I think that'll be a good improvement with the experience. And I think it'll flow with the story as well. I just think it's funny they have no problem saying Ghost of Yotei looks copy-paste, but if you say that GTA 6, which looks copy-paste, suddenly you're pure evil. Well, I mean, I think sometimes, too, the people that are saying it looks copy-paste, they're not necessarily people that are, like, going to defend GTA. They might say the same thing about GTA. I do think there is a sentiment within gaming that I think is, you're free to think this, but my response is, I think it's really ignorant the way people think about and talk about sequels. It's very uninformed. It's also extremely antithetical to the history of gaming. The history of gaming is lined with celebrated sequels, and now we have suddenly created this sequel stigma. And I'm like, I don't understand why everybody's like, oh yeah, here we go. Like, did anybody say this when Halo 2 came out? When Call of Duty 2 came out? Like, did anybody say, oh, I can't believe they're doing a sequel? I think the history of gaming, sequels are celebrated. They're seen as, they're doing another one. Like, and yeah, GTA, Red Dead, the Batman games. Like, those were all celebrated when they got sequels. Now all of a sudden sequels are like a problem. What I think is going on is, Uncharted. This is what I think is going on. I do think there is trends in gaming that are bad, and then people develop. It's almost like every time you smell burnt toast, you think the house is burning down. Does that make sense? You've developed this knee-jerk reaction to the smell of something burning, and you're like, the house is burning down. It's like, no, somebody just burned their toast. So it's like, people know that there are game companies and games and live service games and things that will just crank out copy-paste slop every year. And what they do is, I think they misapply that sort of spidey sense, and they see a sequel, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is just going to be copy-paste crap. It's like, well, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's any evidence of that. Yo, what's good, Rachel? You're foaming at the mouth for this game. I know. I remember how much you liked the first game, which I love it, and we both loved it, and we both loved the seeing Jin's butt, which I guess we're gonna get to see hers. But I told you they were gonna crop her chest out of the frame. I said, I bet you they're gonna have her chest out of the frame. I think it would make the scene hit a little bit different. So I'm sure people are very upset about that. He has such a nice tush. I'm sure Atsu's tush is nice as well. Tears of the Kingdom is more of the same as well. Yeah, and it was a very well celebrated and fun game. I was playing it just recently because I didn't really have time to move my PlayStation to play for an hour or something. My kiddos were hanging out on the couch playing. And so I just pulled out the Switch 2 and I just started playing some Tears of the Kingdom. I was like, man, this is a good game, I love the line, we bring the game to you, music to my ears. Yeah, Donnie, we were talking about that a little bit ago. We were kind of talking about the, it wasn't bad when I experienced it, but I definitely see it as ooh, I think this is going to be an improvement. The flat tire of going back to town and talking to all of the merchants, it's not bad. That's not a criticism, but it's very much time to do the video game thing. And I think with Atsu sort of being nomadic, doing the campfire instead, I really like that. It's oh, that's going to be a really, really good way to sort of immerse the player into the idea that she's just out here on her own doing her thing, just a ghost. I do. I think they've done a really, really good job of thinking through every sort of layer. I argued this morning in the show open that people have been really big on the word passion lately. Well, there's just a lot of passion. We need more games from passion. And Expedition 33 has been sort of the spark that has caused that. And I'm like, I don't know how you watch that 20 minutes and not say, man, these guys have poured a ton of passion into their game. From the music to the various modes to the thoughtfulness about doing things like the campfire, to the overhauling of a weapon system, of a combat system, while retaining the core identity of you're going to be switching according to the enemies. I don't know, man. I think these guys absolutely delivered the one thing people keep saying they want to see in games, and that's passion. She has a bounty on her head, so it makes sense. She doesn't want to spend too much time in towns. Yeah, it's good. I think it's good establishing that difference. Jin was sort of celebrated wherever he went. She is going to be more mysterious, I think, more feared, because people are going to be I don't know, are you dangerous? Who are you? Do you still think it's going to be high 80s? After what I saw today, Pathalon, they certainly could scrape a 90. They could kick, spit, and fight and claw their way to a 90. I still think it's going to be difficult. I think open world action adventure games are going to struggle to get that broad appeal. I still think this is an 86 to an 88 because, again, the reception of these game types, I think people keep thinking that I'm talking about the game. I am not talking about the game. I'm talking about the outlets themselves. The IGNs, the GameSpots, the Game Informers, right? There are enough outlets that are going to automatically just kind of cap the score of an open world action adventure game. They're not going to give it that elation of, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. I think it'll get an 88. And I think that is a fantastic score. That is not bad at all. Anytime you're hovering close to the 90s, you have done excellent work, because that's a lot of people that are giving you high marks. Rissick gifts a member. J Hart with a $2 super chat says, free the boob. Listen, we all love them. but they, they have their time and their place, and I actually think it's fine that they didn't put them in these scenes. And then that's going to bump this to 5 because we also have another one coming in here. Valkyria with a month at VIP. Can't wait to watch my husband play this game. Well, I hope he loves it. I really, really do. Can't wait to join y'all in 4 years on PC. You don't have the data to back up those claims? What do you mean I don't have the data to back up those claims? Elaborate on what you're saying. I think there will be mechanics and things we haven't seen. I appreciate when companies don't show everything. Better to experience it in the game. Yeah, no, I think they've shown us enough for me to know that they really did a good job, but I do think they probably are keeping some secrets. Guys, do me a favor and smash the like button. We're actually doing a very good job today. A strong start on the like count. Let's get to 200. Make that your ritual anytime you come into a live stream. Thank you guys so much for being here on both platforms. The debate about this game is because the gameplay and the graphic jump from Tsushima doesn't feel too significant if we compare it to games like Uncharted or The Last of Us. What do you think? Well, you're jumping in timelines, which I think people commonly do. And I think that is a little unfair. There were bigger jumps in the past, and we are seeing now jumps, but it's hard to have the jumps be so significant. That certain outlets cap the scores they give based on genre. Oh, I think the data is in my corner. I'm not going to go searching for it, but I'm fairly certain right now, if you were to go and average the score of open world action adventure games, you would consistently find outlets that just don't give those games as high a praise as they would something like Expedition 33 or Death Stranding 2. I actually think the data is fully in support of what I'm saying. I think it's just obvious that when you look at the review scores and the review score averages for open world action adventure games, they are not going to score as high as games like Death Stranding 2 and like Breath of the Wild. Now, Breath of the Wild, you would say, but that's an open world game. Well, it was one of the best open world games ever made. The Elden Ring in the same category, right? It's one of the best. Witcher 3 got 9. Witcher 3 was also highly praised for the elements of, like, the dialogue, the storytelling, the voice acting. I don't think you can strip down Witcher 3 to just being an open world action adventure game. It's very much got a lot of RPG elements in it that I think made people really enjoy it. Dialogue being one of those things. Extensive dialogue trees and choices that you're making. It's not such a just linear thing. With a lot of open world action adventure games are very passively linear. You're just sort of moving through the story. You're not getting to be like dictating things to the degree that you were able to in like a Witcher 3. Death Stranding 2 has dropped below 90 on Metacritic due to the recent Edge magazine review. They gave it a 70. That's so lame when something like that happens. What's that? Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. My kiddo's got these markers that you can like draw on with like stencils, and they've been giving everybody tattoos, and I've got mine. No, I didn't get. They didn't write Madam or Mama on me. No, I'm not going to request that. I think the user score will be high and the outlets won't be as high. Ghost of Tsushima's director's cut at 87 on PS5, 89 on PC. No, I don't disagree with you. I think high 80s is where most of the, like a game like this, like your best, I just think your best versions of games like this are going to typically land in the high 80s. And again, I don't think that's like a scandalous prediction to make about the game that I'm looking forward to the most this year. You know what I mean? Is Yotei going to have multiplayer? They didn't say anything about Legends. That is the one thing that was missing from the State of Play. They didn't say anything about Legends. So that could be a surprise. That could be something that they add later for free like they did the last time. You can't look at the scores of reviewed games by significantly fewer outlets. I would love a new Legends raid. That could be something they add later. I mean, that could be DLC. I don't know. We'll see how they decide to handle it this time around. And thank you guys for pushing the like button. We're almost there. We're almost at 200 likes. That's a good place to be in like the first 30 or 40 minutes of the show. So thank you. Keep doing that. After watching the Yotei State of Play, I think it's going to be an 87, 88, or 89. Not sure it'll hit 90. I just think hitting 90 is incredibly difficult. I mean, think about what we just said in chat. Death Stranding 2 literally lost its 90 because of one outlet giving it a 70. This is why I think people misunderstand what I'm saying, and you think I'm talking about the game itself. I'm talking about how difficult it is to maintain a 90 or above, because it only takes a couple of outlets to be like, we've kind of played this game before, open world, action-adventure game with a revenge story, and they'll just automatically not give it a great score. I'm not saying there won't be valid criticisms if there's criticisms. What I'm saying is, that's all it takes is for a couple of outlets to be tepid, and you're going to have a really hard time holding on to a 90. Because a bunch of people, typically with games like this, you are going to see a ton of 80s. Just 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 85, 80, 85, 80. You'll just see a ton of them, right? And then you'll see a batch of like 90s, 95s, and 100s. And then all it takes is a couple of people being like, 70, 75. And man, you'll get yanked right out of the 90s. 90 is difficult when it comes to reviews. We see it all the time. Some outlets just don't feel like the others. Right. It just happened with one of the Game of the Year frontrunners, Death Stranding 2, just dropped out of the 90s. That, like, you couldn't ask for a better proof of my point that getting a 90 for a game like Yotei is going to be incredibly hard. Incredibly hard. Now, I could see somebody, let me try and steel man an argument against myself here. I could see somebody saying, actually, Lono, open world action adventure games are kind of a tired genre, and if they do this excellently, it could be a breath of fresh air and then have more broad appeal than something like Death Stranding 2 because it's an open world action adventure game. It's not some weird mysterious game where you're lugging, furniture across a mountain, and that could help it. And if somebody makes that argument, I actually would be like, you know what, you might be right. I could be totally misjudging this. Okay? I could be totally misjudging this, and the broad appeal of an open-world action-adventure game could actually help Yotei, because then more and more people will say, you know what, I've gotten kind of tired of these games, and this game nailed it. This game just delivered greatness. AC Shadows could actually end up helping Yotei, because a lot of these review outlets are going to, in the back of their mind, be thinking, here we go again, this is going to be just like AC Shadows. And if they get 10 hours in and it's nothing like it, and in their mind, let's just imagine it's way better than Shadows, that might actually help this game, because people will be naturally making those comparisons that I think it's fair to make those comparisons. It's feudal Japan. You're playing as a woman, samurai, and I know, Naoe was a ninja, but still, similar idea that you've got like this warrior that you're playing as in feudal Japan. And, I think those comparisons will be expected and totally fine. Now, Stone Spire setting this up. He sets it up so often, and man, oh man, the fact that he continues to do it even though y'all let this man down so often, and he still keeps doing it. I got to cheer for him in that regard, all right? A 5-bomb away any second now. There it comes. There comes the second one. So anybody can steal this. YouTube, you can steal this. Twitch, you can steal it. A 5-bomb will get us to 575, and I'll owe that platform 5 members. Or they don't like it as much as the first one. They give it... Yeah, I mean, that's certainly possible, Chris. A lot of people could play this game and be like, I didn't like it as much as the first. I didn't connect with the character as much as the first. I didn't like the weapons. You know, there are going to be people that are going to probably be like, I thought the stance system was better. And Kardoc Ren does it. He steals it for purple. There it is. Caught YouTube sleeping. Nice job. And Lone Wolf was just a little too slow with a 5-bomb over here on YouTube, but that works because now we're 20 away from the stretch. If you guys want to make Madam play Tony Hawk, that comes out today, doesn't it? I'm not out of my head here, right? Doesn't that come out today? Lone Wolf says, this is some BS. It's fine. Lone Wolf, you teed up the 20 bomb. We'll see. Lone Wolf, you get full credit for the assist if somebody drops a 20 bomb right now, because it could certainly happen. Switching between future and past will be good. I like the Straw Hat Ronins. They were hard to fight, and they were like the bandits. I really like that first duel against your buddy. That, oh man, the betrayal is so good, and the duel is so good. It feels like a dadgum movie, in like all the best ways possible. It's out now? Okay. So if we hit 600, Madam has to play that tonight. Hang on. I forgot to add... Let's get our battle going here. It's now 10-5. So we actually have a chance for a contest today, especially if Mash sits today out. You guys, Twitch, you've got a shot. Are you getting collector's edition of Yotei? I already pre-ordered it. Yeah. Y'all see those enemies pop out of the snow? Yeah, dude, the biome diversity. There's a lot going on in this game, man. It looks really, really good. There's a lot going on. I was very excited to see that. Like, so much use of color. Again, you know, it's just it's gorgeous. What's that? That guy's mad in all of his reaction videos. It's gorgeous. In the state of play, Sucker Punch said, Atsu is no samurai or ninja. No, she's a lone wolf mercenary. She'll use every advantage, every dirty trick to win the fight. I thought that was good that they said that as well, because I think they're doing a little bit of... I think they're doing some counter-narrative, because I don't think they wanted to hear from... you know, these overnight historians that will be like, well, actually, they don't even have to deal with that crap. They can be like, she's not a samurai. She's not a ninja. She's just a warrior. She's just out here fighting. She's got her weapons. She's a mercenary. She's out here killing. And that's all you really need to know. You know, it'll be cool if we get some flashbacks that maybe explain why she's so good with all these various weapons. I think that will be cool. Establish some history there. You know, it'd be really cool if they somehow tie her to Jin in some way. Not that she would know who he is, but maybe like somebody who trained her, you know, speaks of a ghost from the past. Like, that would be really cool. I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if they care to do that. But that'd be really cool. You know, she's getting trained by some old dude who's talking about, you know, a story his grandfather used to tell him, you know, about some ghost. How many years? Isn't it like 300 years later or something? It would obviously have to be an older person sort of sharing this mythological tale of a ghost. Nice shirt. Thank you. I appreciate that. I forgot about this one. I was like going through my shirts and I was like, hey, I have a Portal shirt. The spirit of Jin Sakai is in the wolf. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't know. I don't think we need... I mean, I wouldn't be mad about that, but I feel like that would be like kind of a cheap way to include him. I don't think we need that. You know, it's been hundreds of years and he's just hanging out in a wolf. Like, I don't know about all that. They really emphasize exploring at your own pace and only things you want to do, which makes me think they don't want it to feel checklisty. The first game started to feel that way towards the end. I think any game is going to feel that way, El Duderino, if you're enjoying it, and here's what I mean. I think if you're enjoying a game, you're going to suddenly want to be like, and this is what I did with Tsushima. All of a sudden, I become keenly aware of like, you know what? I'm going to go do all those shrines right now. I'm going to go do all those things. I'm going to clear the map. Like, I didn't have to. The game did not force me to do that. It was completely optional, but I wanted to. So I experienced the game in the way that you're saying. Like, it got a little checklisty near the end, but that was something that I self-inflicted on myself. It was like I wanted to go do all those things, which was largely driven by the fact that, excuse me, that I was enjoying the game. And they say the line about checklisting, they say it's not about checking it all off. It's about engaging in the content that gets you excited. So you're not going to feel that, I don't think, unless, of course, you're enjoying the game and you're like, you know what? I want to clear the map. Yeah, it's 329 years after Ghost of Tsushima. Isn't Atsu Blacksmith's daughter? Maybe after her family got murdered, someone trains her to do Hokkaido for revenge. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think the story is going to have a lot of things that we've seen before, right? A group of bad people do a bad thing, and then the person that they hurt the most gets to get their revenge. You know, I don't think in gaming you're going to get a lot of originality within some of these realms. Like if somebody wants to tell a good revenge story, there's just going to be familiar elements. I don't think that's a problem. I think it's difficult sometimes to like completely abandon a story archetype and tell your own unique story archetype. Like, I don't think that's an easy thing to do. You're going to have chosen one archetypes. You're going to have revenge stories. You're going to have love stories. You know, you're going to have comedy. You're going to have tragedy. I mean, I think that's always going to be a significant challenge. I would like to know how Jin died at the very least. Did he die happy, fighting, old age? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they feel they need to resolve that. I don't know if they feel they need to resolve that. I think that, you know, his story ends with, I don't know. He gets resolution with like stuff that happened with his dad and stuff, and that's kind of the end of it. I don't think there's like a, you know, I don't know. I don't know if they need to tie that up like a bow. You know? Thank you, Clevelando, for 10 months of memberships. The combat looked way more smooth than the first game, but fighting back an overwhelming force is a cooler story than Revenge. Day one buy regardless. Well, and that's why I think that you're good to highlight that, Clevelando, because I actually highlighted that in my show open. The first game is very much about like Jin liberating the island and also sort of helping his friends deal with their desire for revenge isn't the same as desiring justice. You know, that tension, and then the tension of Jin abandoning the way of the samurai. That's very much what drives the first game. And this game doesn't seem to be driven by like, well, I'm going to liberate the island and the people. It's very much like, well, I'm looking for the Yotei 6. I'm going to kill them. They've got it coming. I wonder if part of her journey is going to be one where she realizes there's a lot of, you know, people that need help. You know, the gameplay looks very lame. What do you think looked lame about it? She's even wearing the yellow and the black. Oh, like the Kill Bill thing. Yeah, the music very much made me think of like a Tarantino film. Very much. The music sounds really good. You think the combat looks slow? I mean, you and the combat have something in common. I feel like you would enjoy it then. Anyway, I don't agree. I mean, I'm not going to try and convince somebody that the combat is good if it doesn't appeal to you. You know? I think that sometimes there are going to be games that just don't appeal to you. I've played plenty of games where I feel like the combat is so fast, you're like, I don't even know what the frick's going on. Wolong felt that way. I played the demo for Wolong. I was like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, I can't tell if I'm parrying or failing. I think Wolong wasn't really received all that well anyway, but Yeah, I felt like the combat looked great. Did you like the first game, Emmett? Or did you feel like the first game was also too slow? I was going to say, my old butt see a lot of games that are too fast. That's what I'm saying. It's just what I think, dude. Chill. Everyone's chill, homie. I asked you a question and then kind of teased you lightly. No one needs to chill. It's almost like you want me to not be chill. Like, did you want that to be the reaction? I'm just curious. Like, did you like Tsushima? If you didn't like Tsushima, I would think that you would think the same thing. If you did you think Tsushima's combat was too slow? If that's the case, then I wouldn't expect you to like Yotei. Yotei's based on the same principles of switching stances, in this case weapons, and then engaging in dodges and parries to minimize their damage and to open up, windows of punish. Are you getting in your feelings again? You got to stop that. Are you kidding around, Anthony? I asked him a question. Man who dislikes game dislikes sequel. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when I see those games with like the crazy fast combat, I don't think I would like watch a trailer for a game like that sequel and be like, yeah, that looks lame. I'd be like, well, no, those games don't appeal to me. I have not played them myself. It's just based on what I've seen. I've worked many years creating games, though. What games have you created? Exactly. If you don't like the game, why come here and listen to someone talk about it? Yo, what's good, Christos? How are you? I don't mind somebody showing up and saying their opinion. He's not been toxic. He just said the combat looked lame. And I was like, okay, how? It looks slow. Okay, I mean, that's subjective to the user. Some people are going to think that the combat looks too fast. Some people are going to think it looks too slow. And then admitted that he didn't even play the first game. So, I don't know. Mighty Keith says, Ghost of Yotei combat looks similar to Ghost of Tsushima. Well, yes, it's a sequel to a samurai game. Were you expecting her to fight with AKs and jetpacks? I don't play many games anymore. I worked for Traveler's Tales and CD Projekt Red. So when you were at CD Projekt Red, what did you work on? What era were you there? Can we thank you for The Witcher 3's improvements or yell at you for Cyberpunk? Well, actually, Cyberpunk's much better now, but at launch it was pretty bad. Man who didn't play game has strong opinions about game anyway. First time ever on the internet, film at 11. There you go. You worked on Gwent, the Witcher card game? Well, I think people would say thank you for that. And they would also say that's a pretty slow game. Man who worked on card game thinks samurai combat is too slow. I don't know about all this boxing, y'all. It's a little too fast for my taste. I'm going to go back to playing solitaire, though. No, but I thought the combat looked great. I really did. I think my biggest concern with the combat could end up being what makes it stand apart, or it could end up being that I don't like it as much as Tsushima. Like, I'm open to that reality that I may get about halfway through Yotei and be like, I don't like this as much. Because if the weapon switching is if it's not snappy enough, I think it'll mess with what made Tsushima feel so good. Right? Like, one of the things that I felt like made Tsushima just feel so excellent is when it clicks for you why they don't have a traditional lock-on system. So there's not a traditional lock-on in Tsushima. And at first, I did not like that. I did not like it. I was like, why can't I just lock on to somebody? And I remember somebody in chat saying, you just got to trust it. You got to trust that it's not, you don't want to lock on like that. You need to lean into it's like a loose lock on. So if I'm looking at this guy, I lock on to him, and if I move just a little bit, I'll lock on to the guy over here. That's actually a really, really big help, because you would not want to just zero in on one enemy in Tsushima with the way combat flows. It wouldn't work very well. And it really clicked for me. I remember when it happened. I was facing a guy with like a sword and a shield, and a guy with a spear comes up. And I know, you can tell how like aggro and pressure works in these scenarios. You get to the point where you know, okay, I've got time on this guy. He's in a neutral stance. This guy's about to attack me. I turned, I switched to the different stance for the spear guy, and I deflected him, and it was like a light bulb went off. I was like, that's why they don't do traditional lock-on in this game. It wouldn't work. You would not have that moment-to-moment feel of my awareness, my volition, my choices are helping me play better. And you wouldn't have that in a traditional lock-on. So when I say all that, I look at Atsu, and I look at her switching weapons, and I'm like, I really, really hope I can still have those moments of, well, I've got katana out, here comes a big guy, let me switch to my odachi, and I hope I can do that in a way where I get that same experience of going from the sword and shield guy, pivoting to prepare for the spear, changing stance, bing, deflecting. I really, really hope I still get that experience, because I'm telling you, who was it that came up with the phrase, you got to have a solid 30 seconds or whatever it's called. I think that was from Halo. I think that was from the Bungie Halo days. That's something that I think Tsushima does so well. You just want to get in fights because you feel awesome because of those skill expressions of awareness, changing stances, navigating a group. So in many games like this, I'll avoid fights eventually because you just get kind of tired of it. You're like, I just want to go to the next thing. In Tsushima, if I saw a group of people, I would just fight them. I'm like, no, I got to fight these guys, because they just made it so enjoyable. Christo says, I loved the no lock-on. It felt so good, and it just made sense. I didn't have to fumble sorting through the next enemy I wanted to target. Yeah, I you know what's funny? I initially just really didn't like it. But I would wonder if more games could consider trying it. And just, it makes you feel so much better in a group setting, instead of feeling like the drudgery of like, here we go. You got a group, and I gotta like ting 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 ting, like bing bing bing. You're like you're target hopping. I have 100% faith in Sucker Punch. I'm not worrying about anything. You might have to adapt. It does seem that way. It does seem like you're almost gonna have a different approach to fighting in Yotei than Tsushima. Like, you're going to take a more intentional approach. Like, okay, I got two guys here. I know I can take with dual blades. I got a guy coming from back there. I'm going to have to switch the Odachi for him. Let me dispel these guys quickly, make space, so I have enough time to get the Odachi out. I wonder if it's just going to be different. And that could be a good thing. Right? That could be a good thing. That could make Yotei and Atsu stand out, so it doesn't feel like, just another... it feels just like Jin. I don't, from what I saw, I don't think so. I just hope the distinctness is a celebrated thing and not like a bummer where you're like, it doesn't feel as good as the first game. That's the free flow combat system that came from Rocksteady. The impact Arkham Asylum has had on gaming will be remembered. It's possible to lose the weapon. Is that true, or was that just the spear that she picked up? I didn't quite understand what was going on there. Like, does she pick up the spear and then lose it, or does she always have a spear? Chris Edwards with the $5 super chat. Oh no, they evolved the gameplay of a game I enjoyed. This gaming community sometimes. Wait, who is complaining about that, Chris? Is there someone in chat complaining about that? The devs said it's a mechanic in the game. They said you can... Oh, no, you're right. You're right. They said if they stun you hard enough, you'll lose your weapon. It's like a complete posture destruction. It's like you get slammed, you fall, and like you drop your weapon. Yeah. She always gets a spear, but she can also get disarmed. That's right. I remember that now. They show her getting absolutely obliterated, and she drops her weapon. Okay. Yo, a member plus renewal from Otavio Cruz, 21 months. How many people do you know that played Elden Ring went, yep, Dark Souls DLC, same animation, same UI, same game systems. Yotei will be awesome. To be fair, there were definitely people that were very critical of that in Elden Ring. They weren't very loud, but they were out there, brother. They were out there. Yeah. What if she loses all her weapons? Will you get to punch? I'm not sure. Hand-to-hand combat, possibly. Maybe. The way she uses the spear reminds me of Jet Li movie. Can't remember which one. Is it the one where they're fighting in the rain and the spear has like... there's like a cool vibrating sound effect that they use? Are we thinking of the same movie? Yeah, they have the music from, what is it called, Champloo? I'm not familiar with anime, but everybody was losing their minds at the music from that anime, yes. Is it in Hero where that happens? Is that the one? Once Upon a Time in China? I don't know. I watched a bunch of those movies an age ago. The spear she threw was one she picked up just to throw. Oh, that's right. That might be a different... Or maybe she can throw her spear anytime she wants. She just has to go get it again. He fought against Donnie Yen with the spear. Is it raining? Am I remembering correctly that it's like raining and they have like these really cool sound effects? Like at one point the spear's like near the camera and vibrating. It's like, I feel like that's the movie that I'm thinking of. Yeah, the arrows get him. Yes, it was. Okay. That's incredible. That's incredible that he said that and I was able to remember and pinpoint it because I probably have not seen that movie in over 20 years. Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza's next week. Yep. There's an old man playing the instrument while they fought. Yeah. Yo, it's good, Lady Gamer. How are you? Samurai Champloo is amazing. Well, and that's the section of the State of Play. So if you guys are just tuning in, we're talking about the Ghost of Yotei State of Play. I'm arguing it's not more of the same. You know, we were seeing some people say that, and I was like, okay, let me rewatch this. Let me make sure that I'm not just like gleefully shutting off my criticism brain. And I just really, really, truly did not see almost any direct carryover from the first game. There are minor things, obviously, that are going to be direct carryovers, like your health, you know, and your little yellow circles like down in the corner, like the UI and stuff. But generally speaking, I felt like every square inch of the game has been changed, evolved, improved, you know. I like that you're not going through camps. AC relies heavily on going through camps, and Yotei seems more like you are a hunted mercenary and likely going to have more dynamic combat. I don't know if they said you're not going through camps, though. There were definitely some scenes that looked like they were fighting camps of people and even attacking a camp like as a group. So I still think you're going to do that. It's a sequel. Yeah, I mean, Brooklyn, something that I want to do, I wrote it on the board, is when we feel like there's a narrative out there that needs to be countered, I want to do it with positivity instead of like getting in like this big argument or debate. It's like, okay, let's take the idea that there's this narrative that like this is just more of the same, right? Even Matty Plays put a question mark on his thumbnail because I think he was seeing the same thing, and everybody knows that's going to be a question. Oh, is it just more of the same, right? And I felt like his video was very good. So, you know, countering what we feel like is a I feel like it's a willful, like, it's just willful negativity. It doesn't feel like a genuine interaction. It doesn't feel like I said this to the guy yesterday. I said, I don't feel like you're summarizing a conclusion that you came to based off of a bunch of things that you noticed. It just feels like this is what you're supposed to say. Oh, looks boring, looks more of the same, doesn't look any better. Now, I've got a video we're going to look at in a moment comparing the graphics of Tsushima and Yotei, because that's another thing I'm seeing said where I'm just like, no, I don't think so. I think any technical analysis that we get that's actually done in a good way, you're going to see just how incorrect that is. And I do think sometimes with the graphics thing, sometimes I think it's genuine because they haven't gone back and looked at the old game. Do you want to know why I think that it's genuine sometimes? Is because I did that with Jedi Survivor. I didn't think Jedi Survivor looked that much better than Jedi Fallen Order, and then a guy made a video and he was showing footage from Jedi Fallen Order, and I was like, oh my gosh, how wrong I am. I hadn't looked at the old game in a really long time, so it was like my memory of it was Jedi Fallen Order looked just like this, right? If you haven't played Tsushima in a really long time, you might do the same thing. Jedi Survivor hate from Lono, here we go again. Now, hey, Christos, my criticisms were valid. That game was straight busted at launch. I had to wait 4 months to play it, and then I loved it. I thought it was great. I loved the story. But I remember having, like, my mind kind of blown when I was watching some guy's video, and I was like, oh gosh, Jedi Fallen Order looks old in comparison. It doesn't look as good. It's still busted on PC, so F them. Yeah, it's still busted on PC, so F them. So I want to look at this comparison video because I watched like 10 seconds and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, people I think could be falling prey to the same thing that I did with the Jedi games. You may have just not played Ghost of Tsushima in a long time, and you don't realize how much better Yotei looks. Yotei looks amazing. Tsushima was an amazing game. Why wouldn't we want more? We talked a little bit about that earlier, Trey, where I do feel there's an unwarranted sequel stigma that is out there. And the reason I think it's unwarranted is Horizon Forbidden West was great. Ragnarok was great. Spider-Man 2 was great. Even Miles Morales was great. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart was great. Death Stranding 2 was great. Okay, so let me ask you something. Is there a pattern of really bad sequels from PlayStation right now? No. The pattern is that the sequels are awesome and that people like them. So it feels like an unwarranted sequel stigma. Now, the reason that I think, if I sort of look at the gaming world at large, the reason I think people are doing it is some of it's willful because of bias and brand preference. Well, let's forget about that because those aren't legitimate views, okay? So let's forget about that. What might be a legitimate reason that somebody has sort of a sequel stigma baked into their brain, right? Well, one of the reasons, I think, is because there's a pattern right now in the industry of, live service slop. There's a pattern of trend chase. There's a pattern of just push out the same game every year, slightly different. So I get what people are doing. I do. But I described it as like you're having, it's almost like they're having like a trauma response to a certain degree. It's like, well, because your house burned down a long time ago, now every time you smell burnt toast, you think your house is burning down, right? It's just like a false signal. It's like, oh, yep, sequel, oh, similarity to the first game. Yeah, it's just DLC. It's just more of the same, bro. It's like, I just think it's a false response. It's like, I don't think we have a reason to think that they're going to do that. Especially when we see the pattern from these studios is that sequels are great. They're a celebration. Sequels mean the first game did really well. My house is made out of toast, you jerk. I will say I love me some sequels, says Alapark, but I also love seeing new IP. I just want some balance. I'll never complain about a sequel, but sometimes I would just like something fresh and new. Here's the problem, Alapark. if you want a new IP from successful studios, you almost want them to either get bored or you want their current games to not do that great so that they pivot. Right? Yeah, you got Intergalactic and Saros and Wolverine coming, and Lost Soul aside. But I think that's the dilemma, Alapark. Is like you're going to studios that did a really, really good job. You know, like Sucker Punch did a really good job with Tsushima. Well, this is their reward for that. Their reward is to build upon something that they've already done and make it better. Yeah, Saros is essentially like it's a spiritual sequel to Returnal. It's not a sequel, but at some levels it is. It's the continuation of a genre that they created with Returnal. You know, the bullet hell rogue. Third-person action bullet hell rogue. They use Decima engine? Who used Decima? Technically, Ghost is a new IP, and Horizon was a new IP. That's actually a really well-made point, Mr. Anderson. Horizon was a brand new IP, and it did so well, we got Forbidden West. Ghost of Tsushima was a new IP, and it did so well, you're getting a sequel. So part of the problem with the complaint is that you're basically like, and you're not saying this about Sucker Punch, but you're also you're not saying this, but I think the danger of what you're saying is, well, I want new IPs, but hopefully they don't do well enough that they keep going. You're not saying that, Alapark, but you get what I'm saying? It's like, I want new IP, and I hope the new IP doesn't do that well, because then they'll move on to another thing then too. Like, you know, we got new IPs that did so well, we're getting sequels. That's just it's kind of the catch-22 of success. Like, listen, we experienced that. I've experienced that for 10 years as a content creator. If you are successful at something and you do something else, you don't get quite the same reception. So of course, if they have a really successful, you know, new IP, they're gonna do another one. Like, I get far better results when I'm doing a talk show than when I do gameplay. I know exactly what it's like to be sort of stuck. You're sort of trapped by that success. You're like, well, this is what folks want. This is what is doing well for us, so let's do it again. Right? I can't just decide I'm going to be a Battle Royale player or a Let's Play streamer. Yeah, I'm just going to start doing Let's Plays, guys. You know, I would destroy everything I build. And I think a lot of these studios in similar fashion would be like, man, we built a really, really great new IP, but we don't want to do a sequel. That would upset gamers. So let's do a brand new game. Let's not even, you know, capitalize on our success. So success can have, and I don't think this is a negative thing. I mean, you could obviously look at it in a negative way. Success can have a trapping effect, right? DJ Khaled suffering from success. That's right. By the way, where's Bloodborne 2? This is true. I'm glad they are going with different weapons instead of stances, because the same weapon got boring about halfway through Ghost of Tsushima and stances became useless near the end. I'm not quite sure I understand. Can you explain to me, why do you think they became useless at the end? Like the final boss fight and the lead up to that final boss fight, you're constantly switching your stances. Why are they useless to you at the end? Were you not using them? I agree with that. I need you guys to flesh that out for me. What were you doing that you felt that the stances were useless? I don't get that. Look at what happened to BGS. They wanted to try new things. Multiplayer and a new IP. They could have just done Elder Scrolls forever. It clearly doesn't always work out. I get people getting tired of the same weapon. That I understand. I actually understand that part of what you're saying. Saying the stances are useless is what I'm tripping up on. Stances are kind of mid. Never saw a need to use them. What? I feel like we didn't play the same game. Did you guys play the right game? I don't understand. Stances were mid. I never saw the need to use them. I don't get this. I don't get where this is coming from. Multiple people are talking about the stances about like they're not good or they're useless or I barely use them. The frick? What? Eventually you get so strong you don't need to switch stances? I'm genuinely confused. Part of your strength comes from the stances. You invest in each individual stance. Like, I had things I could do to the brutes that I didn't have in the beginning of the game, but I had to switch to the brute stance. Does that make sense? Like, your strength, at least, again, I don't know. I played it on normal, and I never once felt like, yeah, these stances are stupid. I'm so strong now. Yeah, were you guys playing on easy or something? You can legitimately beat the entire game on the first stance. You don't need their stances. I'm not arguing need. They're saying that they're useless. How are they useless? You have entire abilities and movesets that you unlock in the stances themselves. Robaco comes in with 4 months of memberships, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ask them about the final boss fight. Yeah, the final boss fight, you use every stance against him. I mean, you don't have to, but again, I'm extremely confused. The stances were not just holding the sword differently. You literally invested in the stance and got new moves to do with said stance. Like, when you go into the brute stance, early on, you're limited, and then you unlock the ability to do, like, the charge up, like, you, like, twirl around, and, like, you, like, twirl around and then twirl back around, and, like, you really wreck them. You really take them down. On lethal, you definitely need to switch. I think I would have preferred the punishment to be worse if using the wrong stance. The stances were pivotal in dealing with certain enemy types. It's crazy that people didn't invest. I can't believe we had that guy say that yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago, and it blew my mind. It was Gojira. Gojira's like, yeah, I just used the one stance the whole game. I'm like, why the frick would you do that? Otavio says, tell me you didn't play without telling me you didn't play. I don't think they didn't play. I question maybe people's ability to deduce just how strong you are when you properly use the stances. You are so strong when you use them properly. Like, you dispatch of people very, very quickly. Thank you for the $4. I'm sorry, the $5 super chat tip from Predator. In Lethal Plus, I didn't use stances. I made a build that spammed Heavenly Strike. Well, that sounds like a very, very particular thing that you did. You're not saying the stances are useless. You did something that's like using a particular ability. My playstyle, Lethal Plus, smallest parry window, 0 throwing weapons, and I used one stance. The others made the game too easy, even on Lethal, my experience. You're not the first person to say that. I think, what kind of games do you typically play then? Are you basically like, are you like a soul, what I would call a soul sadist? Like coming into Tsushima and being like, yeah, even on Lethal it was easy. I had to limit myself. Like, Are you a soul sadist? Like, do you need the games to be, like, bone-crushingly hard? You're like the second person that said this about Tsushima. Lethal isn't really hard, TBH. $5 super chat tip from Mike on the mic says, good morning, good people. Lono, should I play Ghost of Tsushima before Yotei? I don't know if I should or not. The fuck did you just say to me? What did you just say? Mike. Mike, listen to me. Mike! Listen. Are you crazy? You're asking me if you should play Tsushima. It's like one of my all-time favorite games. It's like, I don't know, though. Do you think I should play it, Lono? You think I should play it, bro? Yes, of course. Yes, of course you should play it. It's a masterpiece. It really is. Especially if you play it now on the Pro. I mean, I don't think the Pro gives any enhancements, does it? But it, like, with the director's cut on the PS5, I mean, no loading. I mean, it's beautiful. It runs so well. They lip sync the Japanese voice acting. It's good. Now, listen. Here's the beauty of playing it right now, Mike. You have time to play something in between it when you're done, right? Like if for July and August, you really threw yourself at the game and did so much, did it all, did the DLC, did Ikishima, right? You could take September to like play something else. I do think you might not be like me, but if you're like me, you definitely want to be careful playing game 1 right before game 2. Like, I saw people doing that with Death Stranding. I'm so glad I played Death Stranding 1 and I had buffer in between when I played game 1 and game 2. I would have walked into game 2 and been like, I don't know if I want to do this right now, bro. Like, you might not be like me, though. That's how I am. I need buffer in between going from one game to the next if I'm playing through this, like, if I'm playing through like a franchise or something. So now is the perfect time to play Tsushima because, like, you're excited about Yotei, I would think, and you're going to get to enjoy a game that is, I mean, it honestly is one of the better games of as far as like aging from like 5 years ago. Because like you go back to that era of time, like 2018, 2019, right? And you play like a God of War or like a Tsushima, it doesn't feel like you're going back. It feels like you're just playing a game that released yesterday. Like, truly. Like, God of War 2018 and Ghost of Tsushima especially, they feel like games that just came out recently. They don't feel dated at all. And I know people are like, well, it was only 5 years ago. Yeah, but there's definitely some games from the PS4 era that you might say, yeah, this doesn't feel like a game that just came out. These games feel like they just came out. They're phenomenal. I'm going to do Edge of Fate, then Death Stranding, then Expedition, then Death Stranding 2, then Yotei. Yeah, buffers help me significantly. The Colin Moriarty effect, back-to-back gaming. Yeah, I saw Colin's screenshot from Death Stranding 1, and I was like, I could never frickin' do that. I would be so fatigued. I would be so mentally fatigued. Like, he went crazy in Death Stranding 1, and I think it was a replay. It wasn't like a first time. He's like, yeah, let me go back and replay Death Stranding 1. And he like maxed out everything on his Porter Star. And I was like, there ain't no way. Everybody's different. Everybody's different. He's cut from a very different type of cloth than I am, because I would not have been able to do that. I would not have been able to do that. I would have been like, I don't want to carry another package for at least a month. So, yeah, my recommendation would be play Tsushima right the frig now. Right the frig now. And then you can create some buffer in September, and then when Yotei comes out, I mean, you'll probably be jonesing to jump back in, you know, if you're like me. That's a funny meme. All the PlayStation exclusive franchises, is Tsushima your fave? I definitely like Tsushima more than Horizon and God of War and Spider-Man and Ratchet. It's probably tied with Returnal. Returnal's not a franchise, but it kind of is. Like, Saros is kind of continuing the franchise sort of genre. So yeah, Returnal and Tsushima are probably tied for first place. Like, if someone's like, what is your absolute favorite thing, you know, from the PlayStation audience? What's your take on Asmongold's reaction to Yotei? He basically said it's like Assassin's Creed Shadows. I didn't get to watch what he said, so I can't really react to what he said. His entire chat was typing DEI. I mean, that's just stuff that people are going to do. A lot of the times I think people are typing that now. I don't even think they mean it. I think they type it because they're just being trollish. Like, they don't genuinely mean it. He thought it was beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I just think that dialogue's already kind of running out of steam. I think people are just doing it now to troll. I don't even think they mean it a lot of the times. I think we had people doing it here and people doing it on Twitter about another game, and I reacted, and I probably just should have ignored it because I don't even think people genuinely mean it anymore. I think it's just a joke to a lot of people now. Like, I do. I just think they're joking. They're like, yeah, there's a woman, yeah, there's a black guy, DEI, DEI. They're just trollish. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to buy the game. They're going to buy it. I don't think anybody's going to be like, no way, dude, looks like slop. It looks like that woke slop. I don't think that's going to happen with Yotei. So, game seems like an instant classic. Yeah, I think it's going to do very well. I think it's going to sell like crazy. I think it'll probably put to bed a lot of this notion, because there were people that went at it pretty hard when it first got revealed, and a lot of people were spreading lies about it, you know, and then people fixated on the actress, and I'm like, I don't think an actor or an actress's views affect their performance. You know, it's not like she's going to be like, I'm looking for the Yotei 6, and by the way, happy Pride Month. Like, I don't think that's going to happen in the game. Like, she didn't, like, slip that in there in the dialogue. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, it's ruining the game. Like, I'm not worried about any of that. Dark Taco with a $5 super chat says, Lono, do you think Marvel Tokone will be at EVO? Maybe. Thank you also for the gifted member. 584. We're gonna slow walk it to the stretch this week. We need a bit of a turnaround. We've been going through a bit of a slump. We need some gas in the tank, boys. We need a bit of a kick up here. We need to recover from the post showcase blues that we've been living in. So let's do it. Check your renewals, check your primes, do all the things. Your impersonation voice is hilarious. I don't even know what voice I did. I just grab random voices usually. More of the same is the only complaint from the usual suspects, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Also, Yotei is pretty much completely new in every aspect. If you go back and watch my show open, I do that. I do that, Astro. I go down through literally everything that's different and changed and upgraded and evolved. And I'm like, I don't know how you could say this is more of the same. You're blatantly ignoring all the things that are not the same. Like, so. Thank you for the $5 super chat tip from Digital Dude. Says, I remember they were saying that this wasn't going to be any hot springs because of, oh, now they just look stupid. Somebody said there weren't going to be any hot springs. I think people are running out of ideas. I will gift a member. I forgot to set the super chat goal. There we go. There's your super chat goal. Hey, Plus on Black does a VIP brand new. I count that as 2. That takes us to 586. Listen, that is as important as member bombs. I mean it. I really do. If you guys are sitting here and you're like, man, I love this show. I love tuning in every day and discussing, listening, or lurking. Hitting the join button and picking a member plus or a VIP, that is absolutely huge. We need that so dearly. We have slipped quite a bit in that department. No hot springs? No, there are hot springs. And thank you for gifting one, kicking it with Timmy B. That's going to bump the line as well. Thank you so much. Those gifts add up. They really do. And another single comes in from Joker Quinn, one of the single gifted kings around here. Always poking that line. Kicking it with Timmy B does another one. 589. Guys, many hands make light work, man. Single gifted train is possible. I remember you telling people they're foolish for thinking we won't get hot springs. They would just cover up. And you were right. Yeah, I said I think they'll just frame it to where her chest is out of the frame. Like Jin, his chest was barely in the frame. So it's like they'll just have her lower in the water and lower in the frame. And again, we don't need to belabor the point, but we all know that the scene would just hit very different with boobs in it. It's a very different vibe. It's supposed to be a time of relaxation and meditation and reflection. It's not supposed to be a time for us to be like, oogling some tatas, and we all love them. They're great. I don't think there's a person alive who doesn't think that they're wonderful, but they don't belong in a scene like that. It would be weird. It just isn't needed, I like the fact that they're going to have her be sort of more like nomadic. She's got like the fires, like she's going to be kind of out on her own. She's not going to like go to the towns and the merchants. They're going to come to you. I think they're creating a different vibe for her. Jin was sort of celebrated. He would like go into town and everyone loved him. And she's going to be more like feared and revered as like this mysterious figure that's just roaming around killing people, Listen, Booba and Wolf, 10 out of 10 game. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that, but I'm a lurk and learn. I appreciate that. Plus, I'm black. Thank you. Show me the tatas. I wonder if anybody's caught in the catch-22, though. There were people saying that, like, they thought she was ugly, and I'm like, I don't know how anybody could claim that she's ugly. I think she's gorgeous, but to be like, yeah, and then they get mad that you don't they're like, she's ugly, but now I'm mad that I can't see her top off. Like they're contradicting themselves. I was surprised that in Yotei, the horse is still the only transportation for Atsu. No glider or other stuff. Oh, I'm so glad they didn't do that. No. Oh, no, I'm so glad they did not do a glider. Oh, gosh. That would be, no. They did that in Ronin, and it was fine, Rise of the Ronin. But I don't want every open world game to have a glider now. That's just, yeah. The horse is all you need. Are you still able to see my comments? I can't tell. Yeah, I can see what you're saying, True SSJ. You got to keep in mind, I got a blended chat now, so like I'm trying to read, everybody equally. Oh, sorry about that. Doesn't I go? That's not her. Oh, that is her. I didn't think that was her. That didn't look like her. Like that. It looked like her. It looked like somebody cosplaying as her. I was like, who is that? It doesn't focus in Discord on my monitor. It was like blurry. Like her facial expression, I thought that was somebody else. I actually don't even think that's the most flattering picture of her. I think there are more flattering pictures of her. But again, I think the graphical too. Like we should probably look at that now. Let me pull up this video here. You think I'm not posting the right person? Me? I wasn't sure if Discord was doing that stupid thing where it was showing the wrong image and there was going to be like another image below. I saw the word cosplay and thought maybe somebody was like memeing and like doing a cosplay as her. Okay, so I'm not going to show this in its entirety because it just went up today. Now, sometimes we've had issues with this channel in particular. Usually does really good work, but sometimes their videos have been, I think in the past there's been issues. I've not looked at this one yet, so we're going to try and see if we can get some good side-by-side comparisons from El Analista de Beats. But the first thing I think you're going to notice is that there's more active foliage on the ground compared to Tsushima. So already, just in a freeze frame here, you can already see the people that are like, this looks exactly the same. I completely disagree, all right? And now, also, this is not identical. This is not one-to-one. They're different games, obviously, so there's different settings. But the sense of scope and the sense of detail and shadows and draw distance, I think you can notice an improvement in Yotei. I do. I think you can see it. I think you can see this is clearly an uptick. I do think the biggest thing working against Yotei being seen as like a graphical celebration, I think one of the reasons it's hard to see it is because Tsushima is just so good. Like, Tsushima just looks great already. It doesn't look like a game from that gen. Yeah, those are more flattering. Yeah, when she does like that shaved side head thing that is a look, boys. I don't want to serve as a replacement for this video though. So I want to just try and get some more side-by-sides here if we can. So here's just this is probably one of the better looks at Tsushima that we're going to get, right? This is one of the better looks. I feel like I feel like the color and the contrast in Tsushima is a little bit more turned up. It's almost like too high in this scene here. I think Tsushima is beautiful. I'm just comparing. I feel like they've softened everything up quite a bit. I also think you're just noticing more detail in general on like the rocks. These textures just look more flat, right? They look more flat, less detailed. And again, you get out in the distance and you're just getting more of a jagged blurring effect. And then here, when you get out in the distance, this is more of a natural blurring effect on that mountain, right? It looks more natural. It doesn't look like it's almost like jagged. I also think if you look at just the reflections, right? I don't know why Bob the Builder. What's going on here? Apparently, they worship Bob the Builder. Why can't I close these images? There we go. I accidentally clicked on one of those. Not accidentally. I mean, I meant to click on it. I couldn't get out of it. Raphael McCoy, thank you so much for gifting a member. That adds to the total. Let me get the total beneath me here. We are now exactly a 10 bomb away from 600. Anybody can steal it right now. I will owe your member. I will owe your platform 5. And a 5 bomb's going to come in from Plus on Black. Brand new VIP member today, and also blessing some people with some memberships. You love to see it. We are now 5 away from the stretch goal. If we hit 600, Madam has to play Tony Hawk tonight. Then the stretch goal after that I will let you guys hear the sequel to Smiling Face, another song that I've made. I write the lyrics, and Suno makes the music. And a 5 bomb comes in from Broken Earth, securing the 600. So Madam has to play Tony Hawk tonight. And then I will let you guys hear Lying Mouth in its entirety tonight if we get to the next goal. So that's the next goal. We just start doing stretch goals after just to make Friday night fun. So again, to say that, Yotei doesn't look any better than Tsushima, again, just in looking at the trees, just looking at the foliage, the execution of distance, blurring, being more jagged, and in this, everything looks just... Look at the grass, the leaves, the reflections. Again, the distance blurring effect is far more natural. It's just a natural blurring. Like when something's far away, it's not as easy for it to be focused, even with your eyeballs. That's kind of how it works. Let's see if we can get some good side-by-sides here. We might be able to get one here. Yeah, I think you get a real sense for, they did a great job with Tsushima. They really, really did. But there's a jaggedness to everything. And there it is. The Agent of Chaos gets us to 601. Thank you, DK Bager. I owe YouTube 5 members. I'll do it in just a moment. Again, I think Tsushima looks brilliant, but you can see there's a jaggedness to the trees. There's a jaggedness to the leaves and stuff. There's more of a softness, more of a natural feel to Yotei. Again, I'm telling you, one of the biggest things that you're going to hear from people about this is it doesn't look that much better. And I think the problem is always going to be that you are dealing with a game that was ahead of its time to a certain degree. It was ahead of its time to a certain degree. Hang on. There we go. And Big Boss, thanks for jumping back in on a member plus. That takes us to 602. So here we go again. Just a nice side-by-side comparison. It's not like the game on the left looks bad. You're not going to look at side-by-side comparisons of this and be like, well, yeah, Tsushima looks bad. But I do think there are visible improvements. Tsushima came out at the very tail end of last gen. Right, which gives it a distinct advantage. You know, it gives it a distinct advantage. And these are about as good as you're going to get for side-by-sides. But this, again, I think just demonstrates there is a more realistic feel to the lighting in the world in Yotei. Tsushima feels very one-tonal. Like, it's like high contrast when the sun's out. The one on the left looks very much like a one-tone, you know, filter, you know, very monochromatic. Let's see if we can't get... Yeah, again, I really don't think the differences are going to be blowing anybody away, but there's clearly an uptick in the realism. Her eyes, her lips, you know. Tsushima was so good for its time. It's going to be hard to look better, but I think it's clearly better. I do. Yeah, here's a good side-by-side. His face, honestly, I think they just did such a good job. Like, Sucker Punch has done excellent work. I mean, you're kind of competing with yourself when you make a sequel like this. You really are. And I think her skin looks, again, there's more of a realness to it. It's not as shiny. The hair, his hair looks good. The metal reflections on his headband look good, but the eyes, I think her eyes look better. Mouth, actually the mouth's about the same. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a real close one. There's almost no difference here. There's almost no difference. Lighting, I would say, is better. It's different. It's different lighting. It's a different setting. But again, I think the lighting is more flat in Tsushima. And I think the lighting is more vibrant and dynamic in Yotei. I'm not sure what happened on YouTube. If you guys were dealing with some kind of a problem, we fell very rapidly, and that doesn't typically happen unless there's like blips. If there is something happening, I am sorry about that. Do me a quick favor and hit the like button. See if we can't kind of recover a little bit. That is a very the YouTube platform has been acting a little squirrely lately, and I'm not sure what it is. What's he comparing though? PS5 or PC Tsushima? Because PS5 Yotei should look similar to PC Tsushima. Does he say in the beginning of the video? I don't know if he talks in these videos. Ghost of Yotei has shown gameplay footage from its PS5 version for the first time, revealing details. Yeah, I don't know if he puts any text on the screen, or they put any text on the screen indicating where the Tsushima footage is coming from. Yeah, just they're saying the same thing. Substantial change in lighting and drawing distance, which is more detailed. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, if that's the director's cut version of Tsushima on a PS5, or if we're looking at the PC version. Yeah, I mean, that's just such a testimony to how good Tsushima looks. Good golly. I don't know if that's the PC version or not. That looks so good. I think the lighting again is just better in Yotei. It's more natural. It feels more... This just feels a lot higher contrast, which is not a problem. I think Tsushima is wonderful looking, but... Yeah. I can't tell what we're looking at. I can't tell if this is... I can't tell if it's PC or PS5. I really can't tell. We don't need the comparison of the weapons. If you guys want to watch that entire video, it's El Analista de Beats. I don't want to do a replacement of their video. It is a 14-minute video. We've probably looked at a handful of screenshots in the first 5 minutes. So I don't ever want to serve as a replacement to somebody else's content. So I'll put a link in chat. Yo, Cat with 34 months on Purple, and Big Boss renewed their Member Plus over here on YouTube. That takes us to 604. Thank you so much. That's going to be 18 to 7 in the platform face-off. I do owe YouTube 5, and I'm going to give you guys the link as well if you want to watch the full video that I just showed some screenshots from. And here's the 5 members that I owe YouTube. There you go. All right. So yeah, I thought that was a good quick flyover of, like, listen, I think the game looks really, really good. This guy here saying PlayStation's PC ports typically lead to a small sales bump on PS5. We've shared the data on how Stellar Blade's PC port did gangbusters. 1.4 million copies sold at 70 million revenue, 53% Chinese audience. But did you also know it helped increase sales on the PS5? Interesting. I never would have guessed that. I did go through and I liked a couple of tweets on this topic. And I wanted to put them up on the screen. I thought these were good things that people were saying on this topic. And Christos was here earlier, and she said, I thought most folks on here said that graphics isn't the most important. A performant game with great gameplay and story trumps it. Some of y'all are so inconsistent in your standards. I think this is good pushback, because I do think, that's a common thing that gets stated. We're like, graphics aren't the only thing that matter. Graphics aren't the only thing that matter. YouTube's been buffering for me big time. Has anybody else been having issues on YouTube? Like, I don't think I've ever seen that. Like, we usually have steady decline in the show. That typically happens. Like, you go up to a peak and you slowly come down. We lost like 100 people, like, almost instantly. I don't know what was going on. Maybe we were on the front page of gaming, or we were embedded somewhere. I don't know. But man, oh man, that was fast as a drop. I thought maybe we were getting blips or something. in any case, it's not on my end. I've been constantly monitoring my bit rate and to ensure that you guys have a good experience. I don't want you guys getting like weird experiences. But I think Christo's pushback is fair here. It's like again, I also think the pushback on graphics is illegitimate, as we just displayed. Yotei looks better than Tsushima in many ways, and Yotei looks like a really good-looking next-gen game. It was the second result when I searched for Yotei on YouTube. Oh, really? Incognito, we're the number one search if you search for Yotei when I searched Incognito. That's awesome. That's great. We were getting really, really weird treatment recently by YouTube, so it's good to see that kind of changing. You know? It's good to see that kind of changing. And we love having conversations about games like this. We're trying to sort of... I like... If people are putting out narrative or being negative, I want to counter that with positivity. You know what I mean? Now, I want to show this first tweet because then I thought Mighty Keith added some good thoughts to it as well. Aaron, this is Caboose here responding to Rhino. And I don't have any issue with Rhino, but Rhino was basically saying, let's let Rhino speak for himself before we look at the response. Rhino says, not very impressed with Ghost of Yotei. It's just more of the same thing when it could have been a direct sequel to Tsushima where you grow with Jin. This feels detached without bringing anything new. I'll still get it for the world gameplay loop. There's genuinely here, everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, but I just think there's a lot wrong with this. Starting with without bringing anything new. I don't think this is accurate. You can say you're not impressed. I don't have any problem with this. If you're like, yeah, I'm not impressed, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. You can be like, yeah, it didn't really impress me. Okay. But saying without bringing anything new, I don't think that's even remotely accurate. This is like incorrect to say this. As I went through a 20-minute show open outlining all of the new things in the game. So I don't feel like that's accurate. I also don't agree with this. I think disagreement is fair and fine. We're not going to be unkind here, but I don't agree with this. You know, it's more of the same thing when it could have been a direct sequel to Tsushima where we would grow with Jin. Okay. There feels like there's just an internal contradiction here. It's more of the same thing, but then you wanted a sequel with Jin. Wouldn't that be more of the same thing? How would you expand Jin's abilities? How would you expand his stances and his weaponry? I think that would have been a significant challenge because, like, he's so awesome at the end and you have such a well-rounded end to his story. So, I think there's an inherent contradiction here, but I also think it would have been very difficult. It would have been difficult. It's like you really get, I think, a great end to Jin's story in the Ikishima DLC. So, Rhino's free to think this. I'm just simply disagreeing charitably. You know, if this gets, misrepresented and framed as an attack, I think what we're doing is completely fair. I think it's okay to pull up, people's comments and interact with it, right? And to disagree. And I have no issue with Rhino, right? I just don't agree with what's being said here. Now, Caboose retweets it and disagrees, and I thought this was fair. I thought this was good pushback. I don't understand this sentiment. Jin's story is effectively done. As I just said, me and Caboose are in agreement here. He's become the ghost, and he defied his uncle, and then he explores his past and his father's past in the DLC. This right here, I think, is concise and good. It's like, it's kind of over, right? It's kind of over. Like, what more could you do with him? What more could you do with Jin? I'm ready to learn about Atsu. Mighty Keith agrees and says more of the same. Lamau, people always go crazy when they find out a sequel is in fact a sequel. It was the same with God of War Ragnarok. And I'm glad that Keith is bringing this up. I'm really glad that Keith is bringing this up because he's correct. He is correct. The same thing happened with Ragnarok. We had to go through the same sort of weird, forced, negative narrative that it's DLC, it's more of the same, it doesn't look like anything is really... And then Ragnarok was fabulous. It was such a good game. Which, and by the way, thanks for following me back, Keith. I love your skits. He says, it'll be the same for the next Infamous and the next GTA as well. Wait. What do you know about that? Anyway. So yeah, I think that was fair pushback. You know, and again, you're free to be like, yeah, I didn't like it or I wasn't impressed. But I do think some of the reasoning people are using, it just doesn't really seem, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The second Mongol invasion, but I've accepted they've moved on from Jin's story. Right, but what would you do with that? Wouldn't you want to go? Wouldn't you have to go somewhere else? So you'd go to another place where they're invading, and then think about what that would mean for Jin's story. Jin's going to leave Tsushima, you know, and go somewhere else. So he's like, yeah, I'm going to leave my people, my friends, all the people that I helped liberate and save and process grief and vengeance. I'm going to leave them to go somewhere else. That turns him into like almost like a comic book hero. Instead of being like the Ghost of Tsushima, he's now this, you know, at beck and call. Save us, Jin! We have a Mongol invasion. Like, I don't think that would have been a good use of the character. I really do think they've made the right choice here. They have made the right choice. It was like, let's go to a different time, different person, and instead of having them use a katana and a bunch of stances, let's have them use a bunch of different weapons. By that logic, with people saying it's more of the same, I guess that means we don't need a Days Gone 2, since it would be more of the same. Oh no. The more of the same thing, Mr. Anderson, you got to hear it every time. Anytime there's a sequel, this is what you'll hear. It's in the rules. It's in the rules. More of the same. More of the same. It's just part of it. And that's why I said, could we get 300 likes, y'all? Make sure you guys have hit that like button. That's another thing that really helps us maintain, you know, a good turnout and a lot of people coming in. Make sure you're doing that. I'm actually going to pin a tweet here. Let's see. Not a tweet, I'm sorry, a comment. Ghost of Yotei is not more of the same. And I'll pin that on the... We're still getting interaction on the video from yesterday. There we go. It wouldn't say more of the same. Oh, I wouldn't say more of the same. I will say I didn't see enough of an improvement. Wasn't impressed enough to buy at launch. I'll wait several months. Yeah, I would say, Eugene, that you're sort of unique in that regard. Like, you will happily slowly move through your backlog and feel no impulse to buy right away. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly don't know if they could, and you would probably agree with this, Eugene. I don't think they could have put out a trailer that would have made you say, oh, this game's cutting in line. I don't know if that's possible. I think you're just very content to move through your backlog and to really marinate in a game and to take your time. And you would have been like, I don't know if they could have made a trailer or a state of play that would have made you say, oh yeah, I'm there. I'm there day one. That's cutting in line. You know what I mean? And that almost harkens back to the Game of the Year nomination discussion and the Metacritic score discussion. It's like the best version of Yotei would never have done that, right? Probably not. I didn't enjoy Tsushima to that level. Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, at some level too, given your, you know, proclivity to chat for challenging games and Sekiro and stuff, it makes sense why Tsushima wouldn't be like as strong of a game for you as it is for me. Like, I feel like such a strong attachment to Tsushima that I wouldn't expect that from you. Given, again, and I think that might be why we were having some people kind of echo the sentiment in chat that Tsushima's not hard enough and that they played it on Lethal, you know, and felt like, yeah, even Lethal wasn't that hard. You know, I think that's not something that I necessarily expected to hear from people, because I guess when I go into a game like Tsushima, I don't necessarily expect some high level of brutal challenge, you know? I know Sucker Punch is delivering a story good enough to earn my money. Everything else is just extra awesome. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was more of the same, but in a grander, more polished way. Ninja Gaiden 4 is more of the same. I wonder what these Xbox haters will say about that. I don't even think it's that, though. There are definitely people console warring. Who cares about them? There are people that were in my chat that I don't feel were console warring. They were like, man, I love Tsushima, I can't wait. And they were kind of like shrugging. I always encourage these folks to look at the side-by-sides and then maybe watch the trailer on your own on your big screen or your phone and see what I'm seeing. Because sometimes you're seeing it through a stream of a stream, right? And so you're not getting the greatest quality. Premieres don't premiere at high res, and you're watching it through a stream. So sometimes I'm like, dude, you got to go and kind of watch it on your own and maybe do an aftermath assessment. And I've had people come back and say, you were right. Yeah, the trailer looked a whole lot better when I watched it later. Premieres, me co-streaming a premiere is not necessarily the best way for you to watch a trailer. It just isn't. You know. Ghost is not for PC. I'm not sure what you're asking, Grey Pilgrims. Currently, you can play Ghost of Tsushima on PC. And I think maybe we were talking about the side-by-side comparisons in that video. Guys, take a real quick second. I'm going to do it myself. Make sure it's saving your like. The like count didn't move. I'm going to make... YouTube's acting weird again today. I'm going to test it myself. I just hit like. I'm going to refresh. I got disconnected from chat at least once today, so I think they're doing something. Yeah, it saved my like. Let's try to get that to roll up to 300. That will help us out. When that stalls out, I'm telling you, it has a direct impact on a live stream, and I don't know why they're that... They are very, very much reactive to that number in particular, and I'm not sure why. I appreciate them streaming the event at 1440. Oh, did it premiere? Oh, was it a stream? I thought it was a premiere. I'll finish AC Shadows first. I got to like the 30-something hour mark of AC Shadows, and I just couldn't go anymore. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Matt Piscatella talking to Jeff Grubb saying he heard what he said and he thinks he may be right, or he thinks he's right. This market has been one of the better accessory segments when it comes to growth. Hey, we got some subs. We got some memberships coming in. We got Dynamite Black, 24 months, and a member plus 24 months, almost old enough for a short joke, and Stone Spire. Listen, guys, Stone Spire has been trying so hard to bait a 20 bomb this week, and now it'll be an Agent of Chaos. All right, help this man out. You know what I'm saying? Help this man out. Gamepad spending. Oh, really? That's one of the better markets? Huh. Accessory segment. Gamepads. Tsushima's my favorite game of all time, says Camille. So I was pretty much going to get Yotei regardless, but the state of play made me super excited. I feel the same way. Yeah, I was pumped. You know, here, fishy. Yeah, come on, man. Stone Spire, this guy, he's been fishing for a 20 bomb all week. I don't know if anybody gave it to him. I think Mash did one. I think Mash gave Stone Spire a 20 bomb because he baited it. And I said, now's your turn, Purple, and Mash stole it right away. So he did get one this week. I think it was last week that like nobody would help this homie out. He kept baiting. I have 110 hours in AC Shadows, still only about 50% through, just taking my time, not trying to finish it in one go. Yeah, I honestly don't want to say anything about it because I don't want to even remotely plant like splinters in your mind to be annoyed with. So I'm not going to say anything because if you've been enjoying it for that long, I don't want to take an ounce of that away from you. So I can't wrap my head around saying, "Oh, this game doesn't look like anything new, but I'm still going to buy it." Yo, what's good, Feed? Feed showing up on both platforms today. He's got a badge on Purple, but he doesn't have a badge on YouTube. I wish we could like click that and like we need individual gifting on YouTube. Just 2 more likes to 300, guys. Thanks so much. It actually, we seemingly have rectified that like counting. I don't know what was going on. People seem to like what they saw. That's a good dislike ratio. Yeah, did you guys see the view count on the video? It's got 1.7 million views already. 115,000 likes to 7,000 dislikes. I told you. I told you it wasn't going to be a good year for a lot of those things folks were saying. Yotei's just one more nail in the coffin, boys. People liked it. It looked good. It looked good. You watched the trailer like 4 times. Camille out here juicing the trailer's numbers. You love to see it. Drop the price. That's right. That's right. Imagine how many more likes it would have if it was a guy. Oh, you're going to see it a second time, Sven? I got nothing against people getting tired of a certain kind of game, no matter how awesome it looks. No, that I think is fair, Jack Garland. Somebody said this morning, I think it was Javier Cotto, just tired of the revenge stories. And I was like, you know what? I actually get that. I think it's kind of unfortunate that this game in AC Shadows, basically they accidentally are telling a very similar story. Like, a girl's dad gets killed by a group of people, and then she's like, I'm going to hunt them all down. I'm basically going to put a bounty on them. It's a personal bounty. Like, that is an unfortunate accident, because it's a cool way to set up a story, but there's going to be a ton of people that are like, isn't this exactly what they did in AC Shadows? And it's like, well, yeah, but there's no way these games copied each other. They were in development at almost the exact same time. Oh, you saw it last night, Mick? They also do the thing where they line up side by side for a group photo. Yeah. It's, you know, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because it is. It really is a coincidence. Like, there's no way Sucker Punch was like, hey, let's do that exact same thing. That game just came out, 5 months ago, or not even 5 months ago. There's just no way they were able to copy. It's just one of those happy accidents. It's like the opening of Walking Dead and 28 Days Later, where it's like they both did the exact same thing, and it was just one of those happy accidents. Ghost of Tsushima had some amazing twists, from the hat to the family, try not to spoil. I wonder how they'll twist in this. I don't know if there'll be twists, Camille. I think it's a very different story that they're telling this time. I don't know if there'll be twists. All the people saying, oh, it's just Kill Bill, were really quiet when Sifu came out. Do they think that... I had a guy say something like this yesterday, and I was like, so do you think, like, Kill Bill is the first story like that? Do you think Kill Bill's the first story like that? Like, I don't think so. You getting ready for the Destiny 2 expansion? Oh, wait. Is that today? Is there a raid race today? That might explain why we had like a pretty quick bounce all of a sudden. Is that today? Oh, it's not today. Okay. We've had that happen before, and all of a sudden I realized, oh, it's next Saturday. Oh, it's a Saturday. People are prepping. Yeah. Revenge movies began with Kill Bill. It's true. It's the first one. It's the first of its kind. Oh man. I think some of you guys were using the question command earlier. Let me see what we've got here. Yeah, we've got 2 questions. Perfect Image says, why people are claiming Ghost 2 is AC Shadows, where if it wasn't for Ghost 1, there wouldn't be all these samurai games. I don't know if I agree with you that if it weren't for Ghost, there wouldn't be a bunch of samurai games. They certainly were not the first. So, a question here from Spider. I'm hyped for Yotei, but what elements of this do you think they could bring to a potential next Infamous game? I like the art style from the backgrounds. It has to be coming right. I honestly don't know. A lot of the times, it's really going to come down to what the company wants to do. If they don't want to go back, then they ain't going to go back. They'll just press on with a third Ghost game, which, I'm be real with you, with the success of Tsushima and the apparent, like if you look, let's just see if we can find that. What's that page? Top pre-orders. Just from yesterday, Yotei has climbed. Yeah, sort by best selling. Right? Yotei's right here. That's the deluxe, by the way, for 80. So that 2, 4, 6, already in top 10 just from that trailer. And then here's the standard. So I would imagine this is a really good sign that you know Yotei is going to be very, very successful. And if they are, you know, you really got to wonder, are they going to want to pivot to something else? Or are they going to say, hey, let's keep going. Let's do a third Ghost. You know? I think that's going to be the challenge. If it does very well and they're really enjoying it and they feel like they've got a momentum, you know, they'll start working on a third Ghost for the PlayStation 6. Why not both? I don't know if Sucker Punch is big enough. I don't know if Sucker Punch is big enough to be like, yeah, we're gonna do 2 games at the same time. The larger studios, I have said, might start doing 2 AA, projects at once, like a AA sized game, but then they deliver AAA quality. Yeah, the time travel at any moment feature, I think is really cool. How much is Tsushima sold? Isn't it 22? 2022 is when it... No, 2020, sorry. 2020 to 2024. Ghost of Tsushima sold over 13 million units. That's really good for a debut. To sell over 10 million for a debut, I mean, that's really good. So, I think Yotei will probably be in similar contention, like lifetime sales, 10 mil or more, I would think. Maybe more. I don't know. There might be momentum within people wanting to play games like this. I'm not sure. Do you think they have a Jin Easter egg in the game? I don't know. I speculated earlier it could be really, really cool if they do like a flashback to some like old guy training you, and he could say that like there was a myth passed down of a ghost, and his grandfather told it to him, and his grandfather told it to his grandfather. Like, and now I'm telling it to you. Like, they could certainly do something with that. Is anyone else's audio weird? I think YouTube's been acting up today. The view count's not really behaved the way that it should. We had like a pretty fast drop, so there might have been some kind of a blip. You might need to refresh. If those blips happen, sometimes it messes up audio. It doesn't seem like it's on my end, though. We've rectified, I think, the issue that we were having. My bitrate has been very stable. I'm not getting encoding errors. Everything seems to be very, very calm on my end. Here's a question from TJ Love. What are you hoping to see in the Legends mode? I actually don't really have a demand here for the Legends mode. Mainly because I didn't spend a lot of time in it. I spent 95% of my time, 98% of my time in the main game. So, what's nice about Yotei is with the press of a button, you'll see Atsu's younger self. Not many games can pull that off. Yeah, I wonder if they met with Insomniac and got some clues on how to do that, you know? Kind of basically hopping from one to the next. Did you do the Tsushima raid? I feel like I did. Didn't I do that? I feel like I did that with Hilly. No, Tsushima sold 13 million. Yotei hasn't. We don't have sales reports on Yotei yet. Camille says, what's one mechanic or feature you want in Yotei that they haven't revealed yet? My hope is that the bounty system is dynamic and isn't a limited number of bounties. Here's why it will probably be a limited number of bounties. It looks like a lot of them end up as duels. You know what I mean? I think a lot of them end up as duels, which means that's a pretty scripted thing. Like, the fights aren't scripted, but that can't, I don't think that can be like a random dynamic encounter. It's got to be something where, like, there's a location, the guy's got a name, the guy's got a moveset. We did play Legends. I don't know if we played the raid, though, Hilly. I think we just played Legends, which today, Hilly, I don't think we're going to do that because I have a haircut at earlier. It's like at 4, and I really need to spend time in Wu Chang, which means I don't think we can't do our stream today with Death Stranding because I need to take another chunk out of Wu Chang. I'm trying to balance that, like getting review access and streaming and uploading. So you guys have unlocked tonight, and you're going to make Madam play Tony Hawk, but you're not going to be able to. We're not going to do the Hilly stream today. I'm just having to make that call. So something happened to my computer's audio, had to restart. Okay. Start rocking a shag. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I know it'll probably not be dynamic, but man, it would be cool. I think the only dilemma with doing something like that, Camille, is that you would probably hurt the quality. Like, I want really, really high quality duels, and you probably wouldn't get that if it was just dynamic and sort of like an ongoing thing instead of like a set number. If it's a set number, you know that you're going to be getting like really good curated duels. No, I've not finished Death Stranding 2. I'm still playing it and enjoying it, but I got review access to Wu Chang, and I wanted to put a good chunk of time into it. I am not going to be able to do a complete run-through review because it's like a 40-hour clear time for Wu Chang, and there's obviously fail rates in games like this, so you don't. I can't guarantee how fast I'll move through the game. So, but I think I've already got kind of an idea and a POV of what I'll do day one when the embargo drops, and I think it will be very helpful to you guys. That if you're trying to make a decision about the game, I'm going to try to be very helpful. Did somebody say Death Stranding 2 is getting an expansion? I've not seen that said anywhere. Yeah, I haven't seen that said anywhere. So I don't know. When you receive a review code, do you get to keep the game after the embargo? Oh yeah, it just like installs it on your system. Like they usually give you like the primo copy where you get like all of the cool stuff. They say the Halo remake is campaign only. They said the same thing about the Gears Reloaded, and that ended up being a bunch of bull. There's no way. There's no way. There would be PvP. Have you played Legends with Madam? I haven't. That could be a really good incentive. Maybe we should have made that the incentive for tonight instead of Tony Hawk. Madam and I playing Tsushima together. That's like hyper relevant because the Yotei thing just happened. Maybe we should have done that instead. Maybe we could make that the incentive for 700. We could say we'll switch from Tony Hawk to Tsushima Legends And I'll still give you the song. I'll give you a double. I'll give you two. If we can hit 700 before the end of today. Because I don't think her playing Tony Hawk it probably wouldn't last very long. We could probably actually have some fun with Legends. Thought you didn't play Legends? No, that's not what I said. I said I didn't play it that much. I played the main game more. I didn't say that I didn't play. I just didn't play it that much. What's my game of the year so far? Expedition 33. I haven't rolled credits on Death Stranding 2, but I think Expedition 33 is unbeatable. I don't think the press is gonna change their vibe. Yeah, Friday night's unlocked. So what we've been doing is the goal of 500 unlocks Friday night. And then after that, it's all these fun things that we'll do. Like at 600, we'll make Madam play a game. At 700, I'll play a song. So now we'll do a double incentive here because the membership stuff's really slowed down. I'm not sure what happened. Everything has slowed down. Turnout, viewership, like count, members, it's all slowed down. I think we're just in like a summer slump. So I've been trying to help, like, hey, I'll do discounts for you guys on Purple because I can give them like a 35% discount if they want to go on like a gifted train. And I've been like, oh, we'll do a Saturday stream. So we did a Saturday stream with Death Stranding with Madam. I'm trying to do like extra because I know it's not y'all's fault that like we're just dealing with summertime, right? People are traveling and stuff. So I don't want the people that are here to feel like they're getting like shortchanged. So I've been trying to like, pile on the incentives and the help to make it for the people that are still around. Because I know people are just traveling probably for summer and, their schedules are just different. I mean, our schedule's different. I basically told my kids, I was like, we're not going to read Harry Potter over the summer because we're to a new book. I was like, we're not going to read because our schedule's all over the place. I could live with Expedition 33 snatching Game of the Year. It was cool. Also, it's like everybody's darling and multiplat. Death Stranding 2 and Yotei probably come in number 2 and number 3. I agree with that. Are Twitch numbers up? No, Twitch numbers are terrible. If it weren't for people's generosity over there, I would probably stop streaming over there. It's completely fallen. It just isn't. It's hurting YouTube, and it's only worth it because people are super generous over there on Twitch. The giftings and the primes and the sub, we are not on Twitch because of the viewership. The viewership is bad. We were doing great. We were like mid 150s, sometimes almost 200. I can't even hold on to 100 viewers now. So we're not over there for the viewership. We're over there because people are generous and they support and they do their primes and they gift, and that is great. It's mainly the community is the reason we're over there. I'm being real with y'all. There's no discovery on Twitch. It's a top-heavy platform. Like, the novelty of me being back just wore off. It was just like, yeah, this is awesome. And then after a couple of months, those people just drifted. And it makes sense. I wasn't on the platform for almost 5 years. It makes perfectly good sense. I don't take it personal. Is the summer slowdown? It could be the summer slowdown on Twitch too. Maybe both platforms are experiencing the exact same thing. So that's possible. We'll see. Yo, Soul Train, gifts a member over there. See, again, I'm not even worried or like down in the mouth about it, but like you asked, I'm giving you the honest answer. If it weren't for the way folks are just really, really supporting the channel over there, I wouldn't be over there because it's just pulling from YouTube. And YouTube's been a 5-year project for us. And we've actively hurt YouTube by dual streaming. And the guys on Twitch are the reason that we keep doing it. So, and again, that's to their credit. I mean, the community is just so generous. It's like I would never stop streaming over there because of how people have supported the effort, I like YouTube, just more easy to access. Yeah, I don't really, to me, it doesn't bother me one way or another where you guys watch. I was just giving you guys the facts. I wasn't going to like sugarcoat it and be like, oh, it's been great. It's like, ugh, it fell fast. And I was sort of preparing for that mentally, but given that it actively hurt something that we spent 5 years building on YouTube, I think we just have to kind of grin and bear it. we'll get through it, and then eventually YouTube will be like, this is what your turnout is, this is what your loyal base is, and then it'll recalibrate. All YouTube knows now is a bunch of people stopped showing up that were hyper loyal. That's all YouTube knows, because YouTube is just a machine. It's a number cruncher. So it crunches that number, and it's like, well, you must have made a bunch of people mad. So I would imagine by the time we get to like September, the dust will have settled and YouTube will have fixed itself. And Purple is it again, the community over there is extremely generous. They carry their weight. They really do. Because they're competing with like MASH and Pathalon Phoenix, you know, and they really do. They carry their weight over there. You're teaching me. I just post gameplay on my channel. Would love to post platinum runs. I think the difficulty with that kind of content, like gameplay or platinum runs, is it's hard to make it unique. I think that's one of the biggest challenges with anything that's gameplay centric. You almost have to have some kind of a hook. Like, are you going to do something that like nobody else is doing? Are you going to make like comedic content or, you know, some type of breakdown? I think like platinuming a game or just like playing through a game like a let's play, like parts like 1 through 20, I think that's really hard to do and stand out, because there's just an ocean of channels that are doing that, and there are channels that do it incredibly fast, you know, because they get review access and they have like a crew of people that go through and get it done. You know what I mean? If they're sharing an account, man, they're going to have the footage, they're going to have the guides, they're going to have all that. So like, it's really, really hard to stand out, I think, with gameplay. I think gameplay is probably the single more challenging thing to stand out with, because you're either going to have to be extremely skilled, or you're going to have some kind of a hook, some kind of a, this is what you do, you know, this is your niche or whatever. Play Elden Ring without armor. Even that, I think that's hard to stand out. It really is. I mean, there are so many people that have done that and are actively doing it. And then there's the god tier guys that do like a no-hit run through every game back to back to back to back to back. I mean, that's just insane to me. It's just insane. I want to mix it with making rockstar rap music, since I write my music too, freestyle while game playing. Yeah, I mean, you got to think thematically. Will that be a piece of content that is like, is there a harmony between the two things happening, or not? I think would be the question, because that's where you would want people to enjoy it and be like, I've never seen anything like this, and then there would need to be some kind of a harmony between the two. Is that a new one? New one? No, it's not. Okay. I think I looked at the video we had planned. I looked at the tweets we wanted to look at. These are just screenshots I took for my thumbnail. This was a good article, I thought, about the open world in Yotei, reducing the burden of open world games. Ghost of Yotei replaces Ghost of Tsushima's journal menu with wolf pack of important characters that meet you under the stars. The game comes to you. I really think this could be, I think even somebody said this morning in chat, this could be a huge step for open world games, where, how do I want to say this? Basically what you're doing is, the open world is there to be enjoyed as that's where you play, as opposed to the open world sort of being like its own UI in and of itself, like where you're navigating the open world in order to move forward in certain things. Like, well, I got to go back here and talk to this guy. I got to go back here and do this. Well, now that the open world is not there to necessarily serve the content and the experience, it's almost there as a structure in and of itself. Does that make sense? I think that's a really, really big step for an open world game. Because what it does is it enables you, I think it'll trim down on fatigue. It's like when you're in the open world doing stuff, you're doing stuff. You're working on a quest, you're working on a mission, you're searching something, you're scoping something, you're investigating something. Instead of like, you're in the open world in order to get to the next NPC, get to the next, mission. Twitch is a live platform. It'll probably take a year of consistency for you to notice growth. I could be okay with a lack of growth rope. It's just been an absolute slide down. I don't know if changing the name hurt us too. It seemed like once we got the name change, that hurt us too. When we went from Reforge Gaming TV to Reforge Gaming, I got that email, and I genuinely think after that happened, we had a significant. I could probably even look at the date, and see when they approved it. They changed it on June 26th. The Bring Back Anthem petition wants $11. Wait, why do they want $11? Yeah, we were averaging 150, 117, 120. We were averaging all of that in the lead up. And then, averaging over 100. And then as soon as we changed the name, we dropped below 100 viewer averages. I wonder if changing the name hurt us. Like, if it's just going to take a while for people to realize. Like, did people bookmark the channel instead of, like, following the channel? Does it affect, like, are people coming to the platform? Does it affect searching for me on the platform? I don't know. After we changed the name, though, I can see on the analytics of the channel that we slid. I had to update my shortcuts after the name change. I went to the old name. If folks didn't know about the change, yeah, maybe. You would imagine they would go to the old bookmark though, and they would see me off to the left if I'm streaming. My little icon would be there. You might be just thinking you're not streaming. Yeah, if they're not getting notified, for sure. Do I just push your Amazon affiliate link in the description, or do I actually have to use code? Nope, you just click on it and you're good. You just click on it. I like the new Wolfpack system, and they say there's no new features. I don't think the people saying there's no new features are actually doing analysis. I think they're just kind of saying it because, like, they know. I've kind of noticed something with negativity around games. I've just been kind of observing different creators, different videos, different trends. And you still get paid from your Epic Creator Code? I don't think so. I don't even think I can check it anymore. I think it's attached to an old email that I don't have. I could probably go in and apply with a new email and a new name and get a new code. I should probably do that, honestly. Because the old code, I think, is attached to my Stand to Rage email, and I don't have that anymore. But I've kind of noticed something with, like, negativity around games, and it's that negativity is not really questioned. They'll just sort of say it, or maybe it's said in a way where it presumes, like, don't question this. This is gospel. Right? Where they'll say, yeah, I mean, these AAA games are just constantly putting out slop. Well, nobody questions that. It's like, yeah, don't question this. This is gospel. This is truth. And I just noticed, like, negativity is commonly postured these days in a way where it's like it's unquestionable. It's like, this, don't question this, because if you do, you're a shill, or you're, or you're defending a corporation or something. I don't know. It's just a trend that I've noticed where, like, when you question the negativity, it's almost like that puts people aback. They're also aghast. They're like, well, why would you question this? I also think negativity doesn't drive clicks because people like negativity or they want their opinions affirmed. I think negativity to people is more informative. That's how people view it. They're like, well, negativity is more informative. If you come out and say something's going to be awesome, something's going to be hype, something's going to be peak, something's going to be dope, people are like, well, okay, you're excited about a game. That's not really informing me. But if you're negative, they feel like they're going to be getting information. They feel like they're going to be getting like analysis or critique. And if something's positive, I think they innately think, oh, I'm not going to be getting analysis or criticism or critique. I'm going to be getting, puffery. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like a lot of the times we think, well, negativity sells because people want their negative opinions affirmed. I think that plays a role, but I also think people are they're more skeptical of positivity because they think, well, I'm not going to be getting any stuff. I'm not going to be getting any information, I mean. When are you streaming Tony Hawk Pro Skater? Well, we actually felt that it might have been more entertaining to watch Madam and I play Legends. So I said, if you guys hit 700, we'll kind of switch gears. We'll play Ghost of Tsushima Legends tonight, and then I'll set up like the dual perspective and everything. I'll also do the music thing. I don't think we're gonna hit it. I think we've slowed down significantly, and we're kind of in that downward trend of the day. There's still opportunity. Sometimes people go crazy at the end of Friday. We're probably not gonna hit it. So we'll do the Tony Hawk thing. We'll have Madam play Tony Hawk, and then we'll do the music. Unless you guys let me off the hook and we do something different tonight, because we're gonna buy Tony Hawk and play it like once. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm like reanalyzing that. A lot of times we make Madam play something that like I already own and like I'm already playing, and then it's funny to watch her try it out. I don't know if it's a good idea for us to buy Tony Hawk and play it once. That's kind of silly. Yeah. And negativity is just inherently more conversational. It probably is at some level. Like, how can you really converse with somebody saying this game's going to be dope, right? Broken Game said controversies drive views, but it can only for so long, but people use it as a tool. Yeah, controversy definitely drives views. Weapon Wheel proves people do like negativity. He mentioned that it works, and that's his approach. I don't really agree with it. I mean, I think if somebody is choosing to be negative because it drives views, I think that'll run out of steam because eventually people will realize it's not a genuine viewpoint. It's like forced. You said that Maddie's take on Yotei was cringe. What didn't you like about Maddie's video? I watched it, and I didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Play it on Game Pass? Oh, it is on Game Pass. We could just install it that way and have her play. I didn't think about that. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just let the people that show up tonight vote. I'll let whoever shows up vote on what you want her to play. Because I think that's the fairest way to do it. And I can get everything ready regardless of what you guys vote on. I'll be ready for both. I can get like everything pre-installed and ready to go. I don't think so. I thought he was fair. Yeah, I'm just curious what you didn't like about what he said. I mean, I was listening to it like as I was having my, making my morning coffee and going through my rituals. So I might have missed some things, but I thought it was fine. Being negative can also lead to immaturity and toxicity. Well, and I think that like this is always a challenge when you're making content is like when I'm negative, people will say I'm being a hater, and I'm like, and then if I'm positive, they say you're a shill, right? And it's there's no real way out of that. So you almost have to accept that that's the constant. A constant in the universe is if you're negative, people are going to be like, you're just being a hater, right? You're just rage baiting. And if you're positive, they're going to call you a shill. And these people don't matter because they're not making an actual assessment of your content. They don't matter. They're going to do this regardless. They are going to be critical, and they're going to make it personal, and it's like they're a constant. You just have to accept that that's what they're going to do. What I want to do with the content going forward is, I would much rather talk about the things that like I'm excited about and things that I'm seeing as like, this is going to be good, this is going to be an improvement, this game looks good, blah blah blah. And if I have to be negative, I'll be negative. Like if something happens, or there's a development, or there's a news story, and we feel like, no, you know, I want to cover this, I want to talk about this, that will certainly be there. But I would never want the trend to be like, well, just start doing negative mystery gap because like that'll get more people to tune in. I don't think that's a good thing to do, because I think eventually your actual, you know, core audience, the people that tune in and want to have discussions, I think they're just going to get tired of that. By ritual, he means his morning dumps. No, I that's not what I meant. He said it's much of the same thing. He said it's much of... Do you have a timestamp? I don't remember him having beef with the game being much of the same thing. I watched a lot of videos this morning about it, and then my aunt and uncle left, so I had to like run outside and say goodbye to them because they were passing through, and they parked their RV in my driveway overnight. And we had dinner, and we got a great visit in, and then they had to hit the road this morning, so I like ran out and said, you know, goodbye, and ran back in. Is there a timestamp in his video where you feel like, because I would be happy to go listen to it and be like, I don't agree. Bro, only read the title. I don't want to do a full reaction to a video that just came out. I don't want to serve as a replacement. The crapper's full. That's right. I'm in the guy chatting for sure. No, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant, Chris. Petrov asked a question. What impact is the Wolfpack going to have? I have no idea. They haven't really said. I don't think you actually watched the video. No, I'd be happy for them because he's not the only one that said it. Emissary's saying the same thing that Jermaine's saying. So if they have a timestamp in the video where they feel like Maddie said something, I'd be happy to go listen to like what he said, because I didn't feel like he was being critical at all. But again, maybe I wasn't listening as attentively as I should. It's around the 6-minute mark. Okay. Around the 6-minute mark. Okay. We're at the 6-minute mark right now.
A little bit more of that, more of the same energy. And I don't think in a bad way. You saw the stealthing. You saw the one.
He said, I don't think in a bad way.
On ones. You saw the slow-mo kills. You saw the chain assassinations. You saw the little gadgets that you can use. It's just more of that. I mean, they showed a list of objectives throughout all these different characters, which, by the way, loved how they presented that. I think that's a lot more interesting and exciting as a player who cares about narrative, is to always continuously see these characters and have them kind of join you under the stars at your camp and play some music. But really the other part that was being emphasized here, and one that's tough to sell, but I respect them doing, is the take it at your own pace vibe. A lot of open world games play what's called the 15-second rule. Like every 15 seconds, something is pulling your attention. What I really respect about Tsushima, and in turn Yotei seems to be doubling down on it, is it kind of goes against that. Like you can roam that world for a minute. And
I thought this was one of Maddie's better observations. I thought this was a very astute observation, was that they're not doing that thing where there's always something happening, there's always something grabbing your attention, like that ADHD open world thing where you don't just let the game breathe. I thought this was a great observation from Maddie, that like they're clearly showing like you can just kind of roam and there might not be something happening. Like I think this is a great observation from Maddie. I don't think he's saying, I think he said more of the same, but not in a bad energy, not in a bad way. I think he's saying obviously there's going to be things that are repeated. Yeah, I don't think this is bad. That's why I said I was very, very curious why you guys were saying what you were saying. I thought Maddie's video was good.
Nothing happens. And I know people are going to hate this comparison, but it's part of the reason I love a good Bethesda Game Studios game. Like, I love the wandering and the feeling of nothing happening for a while. There is something
That really happens in Starfield, Maddie. I'm sorry.
about the calming down, the cooling down before we ramp back up, and just that constant roller coaster ride that is trekking an open world. I hope that the actual open world objectives add a little bit more gameplay or variety to them. I know Iki Island improved things. I haven't played much of that, but when I'm talking about the base game of Ghost of Tsushima, and it's like, slashing the bamboo shoots, or writing a haiku, like, these are cool Zen activities, and I know some of those are coming back. The hot tubs are back, but I'm hoping that on top of all of that, there are some new ones that they include here that add a little bit more depth to the open world on a play level and not just a Zen level, because it looks.
Yeah, I think his video is totally fine. Yeah, I didn't get the feeling that he was trying to downplay the game or criticize the game. If you guys want to watch his whole video, I never want to serve as a replacement. He put that video together, quickly and got it up just 16 hours ago. So it's a 12-minute video, and we watched, 45 seconds. So I'll provide a link if you guys want to watch his whole take. I again don't get any vibe there that like Maddie's trying to, downplay it or act like it's not good or it's too much more of the same. And I think his observation about the open world breathing was one of his better observations in the video. That's why I liked it. I forgot about that part, and then when I rewatched it, I was like, oh yeah, I remember hearing this and thinking, oh, that's such a great observation. So yeah, I think it's a good video. If there's anything else in the video you think that, is unfair or something, give me a timestamp. I'll check it out. Just feeling like he wants more. I get what he's saying about the open world, though. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want the open world to be just like, follow the fox, follow this, follow that. Like, I think that's fair. I think that's fair to be like, yeah, I'd like some more things in the open world so it's not like exactly the same. Have you guys heard Myth's impersonation of XQC? It's scary good. It's on my homepage right now. I guess he did it again. It's scary good. Every Xbox fanboy, we're going to roleplay to look more credible and go back to their rotten nature. He hasn't stopped drinking the Xbox Kool-Aid. He never will. What do you mean? I've never felt like that Maddie does that. The only thing I ever questioned him on was when he said they get the bad news ahead of time because they can cushion the blow. I thought that was an odd thing to act like was normal, but I don't feel like his content has ever fallen into that lane at all. Not at all. Especially his recent stuff. I'm so done with Xbox. Pure incompetence. It gets worse. Like, I feel like he's a Bethesda guy. He's not an Xbox guy. I mean, it makes him, cover Xbox stuff more with the acquisition, but he's more of a Bethesda guy than anything. I would say, if anything, it's made him probably more prone to criticize Xbox because they bought his baby and it hasn't been that great outside of Oblivion. Outside of Oblivion, I don't think it's been that great. He would probably agree with me. I don't know what his thoughts are on Starfield, but I don't know if I ever went and got his. Did he ever do like not a respective? Did he ever do like a comprehensive discussion of Starfield? Like, I felt like in the early days, everybody was kind of like touch and go with it. I mean, I know I was. I don't like his clickbaity pro Xbox lean. His clickbaity pro Xbox lean? You think here we go again, pure incompetence, it gets worse, pure insanity, I'm so done with Xbox. You think this is clickbaity pro Xbox? What are you talking about? What are you saying? I don't even see evidence for what you're saying. I've never understood why people think this about Maddie. Like, I mean, okay, so Xbox dropped a massive reveal, big commitment. I mean, I haven't even watched it. I bet you he's talking about back compat here as a big commitment. Their commitment to backwards compatibility is a big commitment. I've even said that's unprecedented if they actually pull it off. If they pull off that backwards compat commitment, I mean, that is a big deal if they pull that off. You read the first half of my sentence and not the second? Time will tell if he's truly turned the corner with his recent stuff. So you think before? I don't think I've ever felt that way. I mean, everybody interprets things differently, but I don't think I've ever felt that way with him about Xbox. He covers Bethesda. I'm scrolling. It's mostly Bethesda and Nintendo. I don't know. Do you have an example? I'm not seeing any. I'm just not seeing any evidence of that. If he has a lean, it's a lean towards covering Bethesda, which I think that's totally fine. If that's your passion and that's the thing that you love. I'm trying to think if there's any YouTube creators that annoy me that much. I mean, beyond Lono. He's a creator that likes and liked Xbox, but also plays other consoles. Yeah, I think it's fair if someone has a lean. Like having a lean and a bias. Everybody has a lean and a bias. I don't think he's clickbaity. Like when someone says, "Oh, he's clickbaity," I'm like, I feel like that's a pretty significant criticism. So like, okay, I don't see evidence of that. Can you provide me with evidence of that? Saying like, "Oh, he has a bias and a lean," I mean, yeah, everybody does. That, you know, that's a water is wet kind of a statement. I don't care enough to the point of not watching his stuff, but say to myself, "Come on now," at times. Dreamcast guy admitted to someone that it had it leaked that he's actively grifting for PlayStation because he gets more views and engagement for that, which the person leaked. I think the source of that's untrustworthy. I don't know if I think that story is accurate, Solemn. I don't know if that story is accurate. Because the source of that information is someone who I've seen consistently lie about me. They'll just say things that aren't true. So like, I don't trust that. Like, I would hazard a guess that like Dreamcast guy is self-aware enough to know that he does silly faces on his thumbnails and covers like the negative things because yes, as we've been saying, that's going to get clicks. But the story of like literally saying that he admitted, "Oh, I don't even believe the stuff that I'm saying," I think that's BS. I don't think he ever said that. I don't believe that for a second. It was DMs. Oh, I don't think that's true. I've not seen any DMs, Solemn. I saw somebody claim that. They're like, "You told me in person that you don't even believe the stuff that you say." I didn't see any DMs. I saw somebody claim like, "Oh yeah, he told me that he doesn't even believe the stuff that he says." And I'm like, this sounds really suspicious. Like this sounds like too cliche. And then the source and the person that said that has consistently lied about me and just made things up because they don't like me. And it's like You're allowed to not like me. There's no reason to lie. So, like, I don't trust that for a minute. I don't remember seeing any DMs. DMs you can make up is the only issue. I don't know. If you have actual pictures of those DMs, Solemn, I would be happy to be corrected here. But I don't think there were DMs. It was a statement made on a podcast. When I saw him at such and such event a couple of years ago, he told me he doesn't even believe the things that he says, and he does it for the clicks. And I'm like, I'm talking about leaked DMs? Am I talking about verbal claims? When did this happen, Solemn? So you're where and who leaked the DMs? I don't remember this. Who did it? For somebody just to flat out type, I don't even believe the stuff that I say. That's bold. In this day and age, that's bold, brother, to just straight up type it. Like, I don't even believe the stuff that I say. I just do it for the clicks. Like, okay. Jiminy Christmas. I mean, there are faster ways to make people not want to watch your stuff. That's... No, there were no... I don't remember. I don't think that's true. I don't believe it until I see it. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for a second. I'm not super invested in the claim, but I'll see if I can find it again. I saw it a while back. I'll find it if I can give them to you. He said it because he thought they were on common ground. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'd be able to find it pretty quickly. Like a Google image search. Dude, I feel like that would have been in so many videos if that was real. I feel like that would have been in so many videos, homie. There would have been 8 videos that week on that. On his DMs getting leaked, saying he doesn't even believe the things that he says. I think your memory is foggy on it, Solemn. I know exactly what you're talking about. And it wasn't leaks. It wasn't leaks. It was I saw you at an event, you were cordial to my face, and you told me you don't even believe the things that you say. You do it for clicks. That's what was claimed, and I don't believe that for a second because the source of that is a person who consistently lies. I didn't see any DMs. I'm serious. I think that'd have been all over. That'd have been all over YouTube. That's a pretty significant thing. People eat that kind of drama up, man. They love that. They eat that up. Oh, leaked DMs. What if he didn't believe what he was saying, though? Just a persona? I think there's there's an unspoken contract with a YouTuber who's doing a persona. I don't get the vibe that he's doing a persona. Talking about Dreamcast guy? Yeah, the claim is that there were leaked DMs about him saying that. If that was even remotely verifiable, it would have been the largest YouTube channel and Twitter feeds for a month. Yeah, it would have been everywhere. You know, YouTuber admits to basically grifting. Like, I don't even believe the things that I say. Homie has almost 250,000 subscribers. Dreamcast guy has 245,000 subscribers. If there were leaked DMs of him saying that, it would have been everywhere. It would have been in every channel, every Salt channel, every reaction channel. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Cobra Kai. It was a story about a claim of, like, you said this to me in person, and I think the source of the claim has proven themselves to be dishonest. very regularly, so I don't trust it. I'm like, I don't think that was stated. Or words are being twisted. You know what I mean? Words are being twisted. He can be like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm not out here trying to be a hater, but this is the kind of content that people want. They want the negativity, and you twist that into, you don't even believe what you're saying. You just go negative for clicks. Like, you can say something, and it can be totally falsely exaggerated and inflamed. Like, we sort of live in an escalation machine. Like, right? Like, the internet is an escalation machine. So when you say, I don't really like it, people will be like, he hates it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying is true. You know what I'm saying is true, y'all. Anything to defend a fellow pony? What are you talking about? I'm not even defending him. I'm saying I don't believe the story. I'm not even defending him. I'm saying I don't believe the claim. You know? If you're going to make a claim like that about a private conversation and it's pretty defamatory, and then the same person that's making the claim has said 100% false things about me that are defamatory, I don't believe it. It's like, that's what you do. That's on brand for you, to say defamatory things about people that you don't like. Welcome back, sir. Yo, what's good? The real Baratheon. How are you, man? Anything to believe something that hasn't been proven? Went back and looked at a few things. It was showing some DMs from him, whom I understand you don't agree with, claimed he said it to him in person. So take it how you will. So in other words, there are no DMs of him saying that. And it's not that I don't agree with him, Solemn. He has publicly and on numerous occasions lied about me. That's not a disagreement. That's not a disagreement. Like, oh, you don't agree with him? No, that's not the problem. The problem is he willfully and repeatedly has lied about me in the public. So, like, I don't believe the claims. You know what I mean? That's why I came back to correct my statement. Correct, no DMs. See what I'm saying? Like, and we've done this before. We did this with John Linneman of Digital Foundry the other day. I do this with content creators. I'm like, if you are going to say something about a creator, buddy, you better have the evidence. You better have the evidence. We just did it with Maddie Plays. I was like, what are y'all talking about? So we went and watched the clip, and I'm like, Maddie's video is totally fine. And we looked at his videos about Xbox. I'm like, I don't see any clickbait. I don't see him being like a fanboy. I don't see any evidence. I do this with every creator. If you're going to make a claim about them, I'm going to press on the claim. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Because I think, given my history, I think it's very serious. I think it's very serious to just make a claim about somebody. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, Solemn. That's fine. I don't think you were trying to like falsely. Hey, what's good, Snow? How are you? Game of telephone? Yeah. I have very regularly done this. I always try to give, and this is, I think content creators need to make a habit of this. I really do think they need to make it a habit of this, because they know that they get misrepresented on the regular. So the minute somebody comes to you and says, oh, such and such creator is a this or did this, your instinct as a creator should be, I need evidence. Give me solid evidence. I don't know. Creators are commonly misrepresented. Dealing but mostly okay, and you? I'm good. Are you okay? You say mostly okay. Do you need anything? I 100% believe he said that to him, considering he's admitted he does Xbox is dead for clicks. Where did he admit he does Xbox is dead for clicks? Good to see you back on the Purple Room. Had a buddy who told me what happened forever ago in the D1 days. I remembered you in D1 but didn't know about it. Glad you got back on. See, that stuff back then was bogus AF. It was indeed bogus AF, which is relevant to what we're talking about right now. I really do. I think all creators should be very, very quick. To just be like, skeptical of claims about other creators. You should just instantly be skeptical. That should just be your instinct. Like, yeah, I don't know. I really am going to need to see some evidence here. You know? I think more and more creators should take that posture with claims in their chats or on Twitter or whatever. You know, sanity. I cannot give you any sanity. There are other things I can give, but sanity's not one of them. We're all a little crazy, so you know, I cannot provide any sanity. I'm fresh out. He has said in one of his many Xbox is Dead videos that he does that. That's why he keeps using it. I gotta see this. You're telling me we got another claim here. So you're telling me this man made a video and he said in the video, yeah, I do this because it gets clicks. Some of them make money on the drama. This is true, Pathalon. This is true. If they're in the currency of the drama, sure, they're not going to do that. I'm talking about like the good thinking, more, you know, non-drama creators. Their instinct should always be skeptical of a claim. Of claims about claims about other creators. I don't think he said that. The rumor came from him, word of mouth, at an Xbox event. Right. I've seen the video. I'm not combing through his 100 Xbox is Dead videos to find the exact one. All right. Much like the other claims I've heard, without evidence, I don't have any reason to believe the claim. And listen, if this homie booted up and made a video that said Xbox is dead, and in the video he's like, I just say this for clicks, I feel like that would be everywhere. It doesn't seem to stand to reason that a guy with 250,000 subs would say that and people wouldn't absolutely shred him for it. Like, I'm gonna keep saying it because it gets a clicks. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Not at all. If I'm provided with proof, then I'll be like, okay, well, that's bold. That's a bold thing to do. It's incumbent upon the person making the claim. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't a rumor. It was a claim he made on a Twitter post. No rumor involved. That's direct accusation. And from what I saw, he basically said, I didn't say that. Yeah, which means, I don't know. If history has taught us anything, Solemn, when someone says such and such thing happened at an event and another person's like, no, it didn't. Dealing with another big shift, though, so trying to revamp a few things with that, just keeping the faith, and things will work in my favor. How's the wife and the babies? They're good. They're wild. It's summertime, so they're full of energy, and it's hot outside, so there's like some folks right now trying to create drama. People in general should be less like sheep, question everything, and facts will give the answer. I don't trust anything I hear unless I see proof. That's what I'm saying. Like, if history has taught us anything, Solemn, when somebody has a vested interest in defaming another person, and they're going to be like, well, I was at an event, and nobody else saw or heard this, but this guy said this thing to me. I'm like, sure. Uh-huh. Imagine having that level of candor with somebody that you haven't had a good relationship with. Like, think about let's just do some analysis here, okay? Think about the claim. Me and this person don't really get along, and I kind of confronted them, and they just suddenly had the candor of like, I'm going to say something that's completely damaging to me if it ever gets out. I don't even believe the things that I say. Like, come on. That level of candor, that's like something you would tell like your spouse. That's like something you would tell your spouse. Yeah, I don't even believe the stuff I say. I just do it for clicks. I'm willing to share this information with somebody that I don't even really get along with. Get the frick out of here. It sounds insane. With no direct proof on either side, it just comes down to who you trust more, really. Which is why then you would say, This person over here has a history of saying defamatory things about Lono that aren't true, and when confronted on it, backs down and runs and hides. Well, okay. Who am I going to trust here? When it's accusatory or a negative claim, it should be easy to back up. You can't expect people to just immediately believe you without verification. Yeah, the way that story is told, it sounds nuts to me. It sounds nuts. It's like, if I don't get along with somebody, I'm not going to have that level of candor with them privately and be like, yeah, well, you know what? I actually am a closet, like, just open up, just let out your deepest, darkest secrets. With somebody you don't even get along with. Come on. If this is even remotely verifiable, it would have been on Zach, Charlie, XQC, Tectone, every Twitter feed. Yeah, it would have been covered. It 100% been covered. He admits out of all of his videos, the Xbox's dead ones get the most engagement. Combined with the fact he's done like 50 videos with that title is a stretch. Oh, so the truth comes out. There it is, chat. Do you see what happens when you push on a claim like this? It's so brittle, it always falls apart. So the truth comes out. He's only admitted that he gets more engagement on those videos. You don't say. So let me get this straight. This is a real scathing report, y'all. Buckle up. Breaking news. YouTuber admits negative videos get more views. Like, what the frick? Yeah, every YouTuber on planet Earth admits that. Yeah, your negative videos get more views. Yep, that's true. And yeah, if he's leaned into that and made more of those videos... Oh, yeah, that's the YouTube way, brother. A lot of people do that. That's not the same as somebody saying, I don't mean this. I only say this to get clicks. Those are completely different things. One is an admission of like, I have no character integrity and I just lie. The other is, well, when I make these videos, they get more views. Those aren't the same thing at all. Don't you see why I push on claims like this? It's like, it's so different. It's so different for somebody to say, yeah, my negative videos get more views. They do. Yeah. Water's wet as well. Huh? Everybody knows this. This is a common frustration of YouTubers that actually don't really like to go negative. Is they're like, well, if I don't go negative, I don't get the clicks. I don't get the views. This is a common struggle for YouTubers. He's not the first person to be transparent about the fact that like the negative videos do better. First he was lying to his audience. Now he's being completely transparent. Yeah, again, you press on the claim. I'm telling you, like clockwork, every time I have somebody make a claim about a YouTuber and I press on it, it always is this brittle shell of nothing, and the reality is like so not that scathing. I never said he doesn't believe what he says. All I said is he admitted to saying the title gets more views. That's why he keeps using it. Okay. Here's the problem, Cobra Kai. You combined things, so I just assumed that's what you meant. Because you said, I 100% believe that he said in person that he doesn't believe the things that he says. And then your support was, well, he admits that these videos get more clicks, and that's why he keeps using the title. Okay? So I believe what you did was, you drew a logical connection, and so did I. It was like, you were like, well, I believe that he said this in person because, and your supporting evidence is, well, he said this. So I just connected the two, and I was like, so you're saying the guy's out here basically like, I don't even believe this, but I use it because it gets clicks. I think there's a world of difference between somebody saying in person, I don't even believe the things that I'm saying, I just do it for clicks. That's not the same as saying, well, I mean, these videos do the best. So if I'm going to cover something negative, that's what I'm going to say because people click on it. It's not him saying he doesn't believe it. He's just saying this is what people respond to. Do you see? Again, I always think, again, we live in an escalation machine. I think somebody says, I don't like this thing, and by the end of the day, they're described as they hate this thing. And I feel like the same thing happened with Dreamcast guy. I think he's been cast as this like dishonest lying grifter because this one person claimed that he admitted he doesn't believe the things he said. And it's like, well, so he admits that negativity and these types of titles and thumbs are more effective, and so that means he doesn't believe what he says. It's like, I have a question. Do we care if he believes what he says? I don't care if he believes what he says. I only ever press on claims about creators. If you're going to come in and make a claim, people did it with Maddie, and I was like, well, let's go look. Do you have a timestamp? What did we do? We went and watched Maddie's video, and I was like, I don't think this is fair to say about his video. I think his video is good about Yotei. Oh, they said that, Maddie does clickbait. And I was like, no, he doesn't. And we looked at his thumbnails. I was like, I don't think any of this is clickbait. Somebody made a claim about Dreamcast guy. I'm like, I don't think that's true. Like, and the reason I do that is like, I'm discouraging that behavior in chat. I want you to feel like if you're going to come in here and say that, you're going to get pressed. You're going to get pressed on it. Like, I don't like that. Don't come in here and badmouth creators, and don't come here and make those claims about them. Because if you do, I'm going to press you on it, and then we're going to find out you're in here talking out of your rear end. Now, if somebody comes in and just says so-and-so is an a-hole, we just say, hey, don't do that. I don't go down the research rabbit hole to be like, let's see if this person is in fact an a-hole. Like, I don't do that. But when you make a claim about their content that can be tested, I put that to the test. I'm like, don't do that. Don't come in here and make these claims if they're not true. I have a very, very strong aversion to that, whether it's Maddie Plays or Dreamcast Guy or anybody. Because people think Maddie's an Xbox shill or whatever, and people think Dreamcast Guy is a PlayStation pony. I just defended both of them. That won't end up in conversations about Lono, but I just defended both of these gentlemen because I don't think it's fair to treat them that way. I don't think it's fair to make claims like that about them if it's not true. I don't care who it is. I don't care what their bias is. What do you think of Review Tech USA and Angry Joe? I don't really watch Review Tech's content, but I like Angry Joe. I think Joe Vargas is really prolific and really creative, and he's the reason I got into content creation. I watched his review of Destiny 1, and it was so therapeutic to hear somebody say all the things I had been saying. It was so affirming. I was like, I'm going to do this. And I started writing blogs about gaming, and then I started turning those blogs into videos. And then my friend told me I should stream. The initial claim being insinuated here is in no way true, else we would have seen screenshots and videos spanning a month. Yeah, it would have been everywhere if it was a true claim that that's what he does, and then there was proof and DMs and stuff. No, that's fine, Solemn. All I'm saying is, I defended both of those guys today. I defended Maddie, I defended Dreamcast Guy, because I think that's what commonly happens, is people just do this othering thing, and they're like, well, he's a this, and so then they just summarize all their behavior in that way. And it's like, homies, we get really irritated when people do that to me. Why are we doing the thing that we think is so bad? Let's not do the thing that we think is so bad. Can we not? Can we not do that thing that we hate when people do it to me? Yo, Joker Quinn with a single gift. Thank you so much. And that takes us to 608. So right now, at 700, Matt and I will play Legends Night in Tsushima, and we'll do a song. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off, but because we're kind of in the tail end of the day, but you guys still have time. Sad part is there's a lot of idiots out there that will say the most insane stuff just to get... Oh, for sure, real Baratheon. A lot of the times what you're dealing with is people that will just say outlandish things, just for the clicks. The thing is And the reason why I think accusing somebody of doing it on YouTube is it doesn't work for very long. It doesn't work for very long. There's no way you're going to build and maintain a channel if you're just saying a bunch of crap that you don't believe. You'll never garner viewership and sub growth for the long term. You soured on watching Maddie when he had his slip up about easing the bad news. I mean, if I believe the best about him, I think they thought it was just in the realm of press briefings, and I think that was just a mistake. You know why I err on the side of being like, I don't think Maddie meant anything. I don't think there was any wrongdoing there. Maybe I think it was just a little bit naive. I think that's what Xbox does. I think Xbox lulls creators into this trusting sleep to where he just thought that was normal, that they would give them press briefings or info ahead of time that was like bad news. I honestly feel like I'm going to err on the side of like, that was Xbox doing that. That wasn't him. Like, does that make sense? Hang on, let me pause this. The more I've reflected on that, the more I've reflected on that instance, and the more I've reflected on the way he replied and he responded, I was like, he thought this was normal because Xbox made it seem normal. Does that make sense? I can't trust him as a result because he thought it was normal. I don't think it makes him untrustworthy. I just think he was lacking in discernment. I think that's far less egregious. Like having a lack of discernment and being like, what, it's totally normal for a brand to give me bad news ahead of time so that we can soften the blow. I think that's lacking in discernment. I think there are bad actors in the space that were doing the PR nonsense, right? I don't think he's one of them. I just think he was lacking in discernment, and it should have thought about like, wait a minute, this isn't like a press briefing. This isn't like, because like, oh, so as an example, so with Bungie, when I was covering Destiny, they would send out press briefings so that you could have articles ready, you could have videos ready to be like, hey, this thing is coming, this event is coming, da-da-da-da-da, right? If that's how it's packaged, it's really easy to trick somebody into thinking, well, this is totally normal. I'm just getting a press briefing. I'm just getting updated on some things that are coming. It was sophisticated enough to be manipulating people. Be sophisticated enough to not say that. I'm not sure what you mean, Zubair. Oh, you think if he was a manipulative person, he wouldn't have admitted to it. He would have not said what he said. I think that's another good perspective. I think the fact that he said it makes him trustworthy because he said it. It's like, well, yeah, he just admitted it and he doesn't think it's a big deal, which means he's not being like some manipulative shill. He thinks, what do you mean? They just gave us press briefings. What's the big deal here? I again want to err on the side of like, I think Xbox and Microsoft had these guys thinking this was normal. And it totally wasn't. It totally wasn't. Because this is the same company. Remember, Xbox got caught paying for people to promote the Xbox One and YouTube videos, and they didn't divulge that they were sponsored videos. You guys remember that? That was a pretty big deal when that happened. That literally led to the legislation we have now where you have to do hashtag ad or hashtag sponsored. That literally came because of Xbox. It came because of them. It's the same company. They're doing the same thing they've always done. The issue is naivety. The part where he didn't think it was anything abnormal. Right. Which that makes me, I was able to move past it and be like, I still like him. I still like his content. I still think he's trustworthy. You know, I reflected on it. I thought about it. And I was like, given this company's history, I actually think he's probably an innocent bystander in all of this. Little naive, sure. A little lacking in discernment, sure. I can overlook that. That's not like willful manipulation. That's not like willful misleading of people. Does that make sense? Anyway. Am I the only one that was disappointed with the Yotei State of Play? There were people that ushered. There were people that said they were disappointed, but for different reasons. What were the reasons that you were disappointed? There's a critical mens rea factor for Lono, it sounds like. I'm not sure what that means. I was shocked with how many things were the same as AC Shadows. What was the same as AC Shadows? I mean, outside of the story, which is a weird coincidence, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. Outside of the story setup, what do you think? What do you think was so similar? They were developed at the same time. There's no way to know. Right, I think the story thing is just pure accident. It's like the opening to The Walking Dead in 28 Days Later. Like the guy waking up in the hospital and everything. Everybody's a zombie or trying to survive. Really creative way to start a zombie apocalypse story. That's just pure happenstance, right? Again, my question is, are you seeing anything else that you feel like is similar? Because the stories are super similar. It's really unfortunate because everybody's going to be like, isn't this the same story as AC Shadows? It's just pure happenstance that something like that happens. Like, dad is killed, family, actually not just dad, family is killed by a group of bad people with names. Like, they literally have names just like they had names in AC Shadows. After that, though, what do you feel like is this... Where do you feel like this is coming from? Where it's like, oh yeah, it's really similar to AC. That's so many games. I mean, the revenge storyline is a super common one. So. Perfect Image says, I'll give everyone Ghost of Yotei is a little like AC Shadows. The question is, who can do it better? Well, and I honestly feel like AC Shadows quickly moves away from just being about like Naoe's revenge, and it becomes like a bigger story. Things that are the same plot, flashback memories, bounty board, interrogating people on their needs on the roads, the grapple, the rope walking, jumping, weapons, even the bosses have the same name. The bosses have the same name? I didn't think I caught that. Two of them are the same. Okay, so if I understand your position, you're disappointed, but you acknowledge these things are total just bad luck. So why is that disappointing? I mean, I would say it's unfortunate more than disappointing. It's like they didn't do this on purpose. It's not like we're getting some lazy, no passion driven game. They're like, oh, just copy AC Shadows homework. You know what I mean? Like, if Yotei would have come out first, people would have been like, they would have done the same thing. They're like, well, AC Shadows is the same. You know, it's a matter of who came out first more than anything. Because honestly, they were in the same development timeline. Yeah, I think there's way more evidence. There's so much more evidence of passion in there's so much more evidence of passion in Yotei. Yotei will have much better combat. I said that, C-Fresh. You can say AC Shadows copy Ghost. They even used the Yasuke Beats mode from AC Shadows trailer. This is not true. You know, the one everyone hated and now love it. I mean, why waste time saying things that are false? That's not true. That's not true. It's not the same thing. And everyone hated it and now love it. No, this is a particular person that creates music within this vein of content. Like, it's literally an anime. It's music from an anime. It's from it's not it's not that what you're saying is not true. That's not what they did with Yasuke. And it's completely and utterly different in its intention. One is the inclusion of a Japanese created thing in a game that's in Japan. The other was hip hop for a black guy. Like, come on, bro. They're a little different. They're just a little different. And by a little different, I mean they're a lot different in their intention and what their purpose is. Like, there is cultural there's like cultural reasons to include this music. And then they were like, well, there's a black guy on the screen, so we should put some hip hop in there. Like, come on, bro. The thing with Yasuke was cringy, and I hate the word cringy, but it was cringy. This is a mode with music from something in anime. There are more layers than that, though. What do you mean? Oh, hang on. I didn't get to read this, Omar. For many crimes, there are three elements. The act itself being one, but guilt requires the act and the mental aspect to commit the act. Basically, the difference between murder, manslaughter, premeditated murder. Oh, okay. The music behind Yasuke was still Japanese. But I do agree, Champloo is highly celebrated, but that's because it was a samurai anime with hip-hop. Right. I can't be the only one that thinks there's an enormous difference between saying, here is samurai anime hip hop, let's put it in a samurai game. And when they did it with Yasuke, the vibe just was, I don't know. How could it not? If they would have done it for Naue, I don't think people would have said anything. They might have been like, that was a little bit weird, but then maybe they would have referenced, there's actually, Japanese, art that does this. There's anime that does this. They didn't do it with Naue. They did it with Yasuke, which made it feel very much like, what are y'all doing? I honestly think it was literally like just bad optics. It was like, what are y'all doing? I think the vibe difference is 90s hip-hop versus trap and drill beats, too. As a half-black man, I was offended by the thing with Yasuke. As a half-Japanese man, I appreciate Ujabis being included in a non-intrusive way. Yeah, the issue was, it was just the optics of, like, oh, the black guy's on the screen, put the hip hop on. It just, the optics of it felt very, very cringy. It felt very much like a just absolute see-through form of pandering in a way that was very much like corporate completely. You know what it was? And I said this at the time. It just reminds me of Michael Scott. It's like that version of just completely unaware. Like, this would be cool, right? And it's like, it's Michael Scott levels of just lack of self-awareness. Like Sucker Punch is like, we included this director and this music and this composer. They're being super intentional, passionate about like, let's infuse this game with Japanese culture. That is not how AC Shadows felt. You also have to remember, at the time, AC Shadows had been mired in controversy of doing things that were really stupid, like having a collector's item where you got people hanging out on basically a memorial of a bunch of people dying. Like, they were really stepping in it left and right with that game. They were stepping in it. So when all of a sudden you got the black guy on the screen and the hip hop playing, it's like, oh, you people just can't help yourself. Like, what are you doing? Y'all are stepping in it. The Sucker Punch State of Play felt very different. You know, they're honorary ambassadors of Tsushima. Their work in that game was highly respected and revered. You know, the people that live there thought it was great. I mean, this is very much a studio that I think has a reverence for what they do when making a game or representing a people or representing customs. What do you mean, you people? Ubisoft, you people. I quickly said Ubisoft because I did. I said you people, and I was talking about Ubisoft, you people. I know what it is. Shadows didn't infuse the modern music with traditional. Well, I do think Sucker Punch earned some goodwill and some clout and some respect. Why? Well, number one, Tsushima. Number two, before they announce the lo-fi, they've got this amazing composer and they're infusing Eastern instrumentation with like Western style of music. I think that's really cool. Like, I think that's to their credit. And I think that's why when you get to the section with the lo-fi, people are like, oh my gosh, I love that anime. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. I think it lands entirely differently because of that. Right? I think they kind of earned the goodwill. I think with AC Shadows, it was like, are you guys serious at this point? Where is the self-awareness? What the frick are you guys doing? You've been using the wrong this and the wrong that, and you got this wrong and that wrong, and then you have a collector's item that's offensive that they had to basically get rid of, and now you're like, well, here comes Yasuke, drop the beat. It's like, oh my goodness gracious. Like, they had kind of set themselves up for the scrutiny. I think they did. I think Yotei will be dope and do some things better. It was more of the feeling, I just did all this. And I think that's completely and totally fair, Cobra Kai. I think it's totally fair to be like, I kind of just played this game. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. But keep in mind, it's coming out in October. You've got plenty of time to play other games. You know, I literally told somebody today to play Ghost of Tsushima now so that by the time Yotei comes out, you've had time to play other games. I think by the time October hits, you'll be ready. I think you'll be ready. I think they cooked. I think you're going to have a hard time saying no to this game. Because I think they did a very good job from everything that I've seen. I agree on the optics, ETC. I was just saying it wasn't like they got Migos on the soundtrack. The creators were still Japanese. Sure. Yeah, it wasn't to me about infusing the game with Japanese culture and they just kind of misfired. It was just they had already displayed some pretty egregious lack of optics as well as sensitivity about things with the collector's item especially. So I think they were too focused on trying to mesh Western values into Eastern older culture, and those things just don't tastefully mesh. Oh, and AC Shadows? Maddie changed his thumbnail title. He got pushback. I thought his thumbnail was fine. Maybe he was running an A/B test, though. He might not have changed it. If he was running an A/B test... Yeah, now it says this looks great. He could have been running an A/B test. This looks great. More of the same with the question mark was a completely legitimate thumbnail. I thought his thumbnail was fine. I thought you're asking the question, is it just more of the same? That's what people are saying. And then the video was positive. Too long for an A/B test? Unless he internally saw a trend and he just quickly chose one, you can see the results pretty quickly. Like, you can see which one's trending higher than the other. Or maybe he did have people leaving comments that were like, you know, giving him grief. And he was like, what do you mean? It's a positive video. I know exactly what that's like. It's clickbaity? No, it is not. No, it's not. No. A/B test is when you upload two different thumbnails and YouTube tests them on different users to see which one gets the best results. I think it was the comments. He might have been getting comments from people, but I think people are too quick to react to a thumbnail. Watch the dadgum video. Watch the video. Why are people reacting to, why are you commenting on thumbnails? Like, the man uploads a 12-minute video and the thumbnail poses a question. More of the same? And then, maybe this is because I'm a YouTuber. Maybe this is because I'm not 3 years old and I think farther than my nose. But I'm like, I think Maddie's going to answer this question in the video. Is it more of the same? Let me see what he has to say. Instead of going to the comments and be like, yeah, you're just hating on the game. It's like, what? He's asking the question. I guess more of the same felt negative, and he didn't mean for it to be negative. Video was nice, but the title implies he's saying it's more of the same. The title is Ghost of Yotei, I Have Thoughts. I don't know. Got to remember, folks go off from the thumbnail. Oh, I know. I know. I didn't mean for that to happen. I was only mentioning it passively. I think his video is doing fine. He has a great like ratio. He has a ton of comments. I think his video is doing just fine. I don't see anybody giving him grief in the comments either. Oh, I mean, there are some people saying more of the same is a terrible sentiment to have for the second game franchise. Like, imagine if people said that about Infamous 2, Metal Gear 2, Uncharted 2. But I don't know if they're taking an issue with him, because Maddie in the video says there are people saying that it's more of the same, and he says it's more of the same but not in a bad way. So, completely forgot Tsushima didn't have transmog. Oh yeah, it didn't have transmog, and that was one of my frustrations, because there is super awesome armor that if you wear it, it completely changes your build. Did they say that Yotei is going to have transmog? Because they walked through that customization section, right? That's actually one of my criticisms of Tsushima. It's a minor criticism, but it's a criticism nonetheless. They have incredible armor, and like, it's like you can't really do anything with it.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new armor, charms, and gear. Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle. Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you. And of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons to make sure that your version of Atsu looks and fights just the way you want.
Yeah, they don't confirm. They don't confirm. I also think my sound is off. I need to fix that. I'm gonna go back
Customize
to
the
sword swing.
Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle. Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused?
Yeah. So here's
Are
my
you
issue.
Stealth.
So my issue with Tsushima, and this could be my issue with Yotei, is what if I want to wear this outfit, but I don't like the stealth perks? I want the perks
Range.
from maybe this, but I don't like the way that looks. Right? If I want these perks of that armor set, but I want to look like the stealth outfit, I can't do that. Right? Transmog would let you put on the armor with the range perks and then transmog it to look like the stealth stuff. They don't confirm transmog in
or
this
melee
section.
focused. Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you.
There, I fixed the
And
audio.
of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons to make sure that your version of Atsu looks and fights just the way you want.
Yeah, like here they're just showing you can change the colors, and that was in Tsushima. You could change the colors. It shows that. Where does it show that you can change? Does it show transmog in this trailer and I missed it? Where? Is it in this section? Because this is just showing color and really cool sets. Charms?
Looks your
No,
armor.
you're misunderstanding.
Find and combine.
You're misunderstanding. So, charms are not the latent perks of the armor set. They're different. So if you played the first game, maybe you forgot this, or maybe you haven't played the first game. Charms are not the same as latent perks on the armor. So in Tsushima 1, you have charms, and then the armor has its own perks as well. Right? You played? I think you're forgetting then, because it worked the same way in Tsushima 1. Your charms are separate from the armor, but the armor has latent perks. So I don't know if they're saying that has been removed, and now you can do whatever you want. You can just right? Because look, this section here literally says, do you want to play stealth, or do you want to, here, I'm gonna mute it because it's really loud. I'm gonna put my music back on. This section right here literally says, you want to play stealth? They show her in this outfit. Right? You want to play range? They show her in this outfit. They're basically establishing that if you want to play as range or stealth, you're going to put this outfit on. And then you're going to use charms. Like they said, this is melee based. She looks awesome here. And then they say you can also then customize with charms to really give yourself what you want. I was super frustrated in Tsushima because, if you remember, I'll show you the armor. You guys know the armor I'm talking about, right? The gameplay debut of Tsushima in 2018. This armor goes hard, boys. And I couldn't wear it because it didn't have the perks that I wanted. You guys remember seeing this? You guys remember seeing this 7 years ago? Just oh, they delivered on the vision too. This is so on target with the game they delivered. This is exactly how it feels to play the game. Props to them for not doing that bogus marketing crap. This is how the game plays. Is so good. Did they show him change stance? Yeah. So he's got his sword back here. He's got his sword back for the sword and shield guy. So they already gave us clues about stances. So spear guy, he's going to change. See? Now he's got both hands on the sword in front of him. They're brilliant. They're brilliant. From moment one, they were laying the clues. I still don't understand how anybody can watch that and think that Yotei doesn't look like I don't know how you can watch that and not be like, oh yeah, Yotei doesn't look any better. Shut up. Oh. Yeah, there's no transmog in Tsushima 1. Yeah. Yeah, the armor has perks, and the perks really set the tone for your build. They do. Yeah. Big time. I enjoy the stance styles. I love it. Yes, I love it a lot. It's the same in Tsushima. Different armor has natural perks and then charms for further customized. Transmog ruins themes and lore of the armor perks. Chris, the reason why I don't agree with you is because I think it's just totally fine if somebody wants to play that way. If they want to do that to their experience, I think they should be allowed to. Authorial intent, I respect it, but I can also disagree with it. So I disagree. It's like you could totally empower people to make their character look however they want. Just like if you want to play it in black and white, or you want it to zoom in and have more blood, or if you want to play it on easy, or you want to play it on lethal. Like, think about what you're saying. If we stretch it too far, you could say, well, it's not really with the lore and the theme and the lethality of the time to play it on easy, right? You're really ruining that. You're really ruining that theme. Well, come on. Also think about what you're saying. Does armor have perks in real life? No. Yes, obviously, certain armor would protect you more, right? Like a robe's not going to protect you as much as like full-on samurai armor. Your argument is basically Elden Ring should have difficulty levels argument. No, it's not. Not at all. No, because putting difficulty, that is an egregious false equivalency, Garrett. Putting difficulty settings in Elden Ring changes the fabric of the game because they build a game with one difficulty in mind. So boss, aggro patterns, damage output, health, healing, all of that is all interwoven into that. Me being able to change what my character looks like doesn't do that. It doesn't suddenly make a boss easier. It doesn't suddenly change the fabric of the gameplay. It's just, I want to look a certain way. Transmog would change the fabric of Ghost? I think you're overstating. I think that's exaggeration. I don't think that's true. Like, changing the fabric of combat to be suddenly easier changes the entire identity of a Souls game. Transmog in Ghost? What? That's the fabric of the game? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that's just making your character look cool. The fact that the trailer celebrates you can customize, like, let's just examine how much exaggeration we're dealing with here when they have this montage right here. You think this is all like historically accurate color palettes? You think samurai are walking around, you think warriors of the time are walking around in bright whites and teals and purples, and we got almost like a red, white, and blue over here. I mean, come on. You think this is all historically accurate and driven by lore? Like, look at the color palettes they're using. Like, this could be more accurate, maybe. But, like, the level of customization they're giving you and the color palettes they're using, it's like, there's no lore in here. They're letting you change the colors of the outfits to bright pinks and stuff, if you want, or bright reds or dark blacks. Fair argument, but I don't want transmog. It wouldn't affect you, though. It would only affect the people that use it. Zubair says it's weird to offer color choices but not transmog. That's what I'm saying. When you look at that section, it's like, goodness gracious, you have so many color options. You can make her look bright pink if you want. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a Barbie samurai, but like, I can't have transmog because I think the stealth outfit is cooler than this outfit. You know what I'm saying? The other thing they could have just done is they could have just decoupled the perks and been like, whenever you get the armor, it unlocks those perks and they're now selectable in a menu. So like, and that would be cool, right? You would work with a stealth guy and he would give you the stealth armor, and part of the reward of getting the stealth armor is it would unlock stealth perks for you to equip. So you could just equip whatever you wanted and wear whatever you wanted, and like, you're kind of charting your own course. I think you could make it a part of the fabric of the story and not like betray, like, well, I mean, you can't really be stealthy if you're wearing that hardcore armor. It's like, well, I mean, within the confines of the story, you learn the stealth from a guy who also gave you the stealth armor. I want to wear the most protective heavy armor while transmog with the best looking armor. Pathalon, you and I are separated at birth. That is literally what I wanted to do in Tsushima. I had the best armor to keep me the best, like, health, protective armor-wise, and I wanted to wear that stinking armor from the debut with, like, the grass on his back. I thought it looked so good. It looked so good. That was exactly what I wanted to do in Tsushima. Like, please, let me. It's not a deal breaker. It's not a deal breaker. You know, we're obviously the type of community that'll debate anything, and I love that about our community. So, but just to be clear, this is not a deal breaker. It's like the only criticism I ever really had with Tsushima, because I don't know, it put a damper. It was a slight damper, especially near the end. You had so much armor and so many cool things, and you feel, and this is actually, I think, a more valid way of voicing the criticism as well. You have all this great armor, and it's blatantly obvious that some of the armor is just really, really going to weaken you, and you're just not going to use it. You know what I mean? But it looks so cool. I think that's part of the problem, is we know if there's an intrinsic decorative nature to it, and yet you're dealing with a very sort of restrictive, like, well, these are the only real armor sets worth wearing. The rest of these are kind of worthless because they're just going to make you weak. They're just going to make you take more damage. Ronin armor fully upgraded. I don't remember. I ended up wearing the monkey armor just because it was fun in the end. Like, once I got the monkey armor from Ikishima, that's all I used. Just because at that point, I was like, I'm just having fun, boys. You know what I mean? Ongoing armor OP. I tell you what was encouraging today, though. I'll tell you this much. This has been one of our strongest turnouts for a talk show on YouTube, like, in a while. Like, very strong, very consistent. That was encouraging, because I was a little worried, like, the last couple times we've tried to drill down on a game that I'm excited about, we end up having, like, this sort of deflated feeling where I'm like, oh, man, you know, the last couple times I've tried to cover a game I'm really excited about, but I'm hoping we can start to do this more. Like, the negative feedback loop of being, like, excited about something, and then YouTube and the audience is just kind of like, yeah, we don't really care. We want you to be critical. Man, that can be a little discouraging. It's like, well, I want to be excited about things. I want to celebrate things. And so I hope we can get more into that vibe of, like, hey, man, there's cool stuff coming. There's cool tech coming and cool games coming. Let's talk about it. Let's have a good day, instead of being like, well, there's another thing that sucks, and this sucks, and that, and this third, and this company sucks, and everything sucks. Like, you know, I feel like the vibes more fun. And I also feel like when we start to debate something, I feel like everybody's in a better mood because we haven't been like at each other's throats all day on something that we feel like is serious and controversial and it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know. At least that's the way it feels to me. I feel like the vibes are better. Like when we talked about the Yotei State of Play the other day, like the vibes were better. The show was good. It felt good. The turnout was good. Today felt similar. It was like, and even when we kind of get into the muck of like people saying things about other creators, even that felt more lighthearted and good-natured and like also productive to be like, listen, man, don't be saying that kind of stuff. I get bored dogpiling on Xbox. Well, unfortunately, Adam, the problem with that news cycle is when that hits the news cycle, nobody else wants to say anything because it drowns it out, right? It's kind of like going into a room and someone's banging on a cymbal, and it's like that's all you're going to hear. So the news feed just got overwhelmed with the Xbox stuff. And it's like, well, we got to talk about it. It sucks. It's stupid. It's a frustrating thing. It's what a lot of us predicted was going to happen. So we kind of had to do it. I would like the trend to be, Lono's excited about this. Lono's excited about that. This thing's coming. That thing's coming, right? Here's a review. Here's an opinion video. And then when that kind of thing happens, we do it, we deal with it, we cover it, and we move on. You know what I mean? I like to feel smart, and I can't do that if we're talking business failings. Yeah, I get it. Well, that's how I feel about Starfield. I just play it, and everyone around me tells me it sucks. I'm just in my happy place. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever tried to tell anybody that they shouldn't enjoy that game. I just am like, can you admit that it wasn't received very well? You know? You know what actually sucks? Hellblade 2. To be fair, my first glance, I missed the question mark. Maybe that's a lesson, Siege. Maybe what happened with Maddie's thumb and what folks were saying and what folks were feeling, maybe that's a lesson. Maybe the question mark doesn't get seen because people see the statement and they're like, our brains are so quick. We process information lightning fast. And I wonder if people see the statement and just immediately, because think about it. It's in their feed. It's on their homepage. They know it's a relevant topic. They see that they click, and they don't even see the question mark. Like Maddie's probably sitting there thinking, "I put a question mark. What the frick? What the frick?" Well, it makes perfectly good sense that like maybe people just don't see it. The question mark is right there. It's on the reader. I don't know. Maybe that's the lesson we should take from this is that I've had my own issues with this recently, and it's frustrating, but it's best to try to learn from something like that and to try to improve. And maybe, thumbnail philosophy needs to course correct a little bit, and you just can't trust folks to see like, well, there's a question mark. It's, oh, yeah, he's saying this. Click. We ran into this with that Night Rain video. So it's like, rather than just seethe and rage about it, which I have done, it's irritating, it's frustrating, but it's like, okay, dust settles. What can we learn from this? How can we improve? The information is that we are in an environment that is too quick for that. So we need to be better about having thumbnails, titles, you know, use of question marks, you know, exclamation question mark, or to actually watch the video. Right, but you have to understand what you're dealing with, JC. You're dealing with like it's like stepping into a, you know, raging rapids and then being like, "Oh, I can't believe I got, you know, knocked over." And then you do it again, you do it again, you do it again. It's like, well, you have to acknowledge this is a raging rapid river, and if you're going to put your leg in there, it's going to knock you down. So thumbnails and the way that people behave on YouTube, you've just got to be like, well, this is how people are going to interact. I've got to adapt to that level of interaction. Whether it's the TikTokification or, you know, if it's a TikTokification of people's attention spans, or Twitter, if Twitter has done it to people, I think it's affecting the way that people engage, you know, on YouTube. I think they're just insta clicking and like running to the comments. They're like, it's funny actually, now that I'm thinking about this and saying it out loud, I wonder if that's what's happening. They're interacting with YouTube like it's a social media platform. It's like it's Twitter, and they're like, they see a thumbnail, they get mad, they reply to the thumbnail, and it's like they're not even interacting with the platform like it's a video platform anymore. I wonder if that's the issue. It's like, yeah, I wonder if there's just like a subset of the YouTube user base that is dealing with that. Like they've sort of internalized this way of engaging with information that they see thumb, reply to thumb, and that's what they feel like they had to do. Try giant question marks on your next thumbnail. I hear you, just kind of ridiculous. People comment without even watching the video. Make it look like the Riddler wrote it. Well, part of me wonders, right? Part of me wonders, again, is there... I also think that the comments should have percentage of video watched next to them. I do. I think that YouTube could benefit from that. I think if they said, if you comment on a video and you've watched more of the video, your comment will be, you know, preferred. It will get more interaction, right? It'll get more interaction. That way, you're promoting people actually engaging with the content. Like, YouTube likes watch time. It's like one of the things they really like. Well, why don't you encourage people to watch? Hey, you want your comment to get more interaction? You want your comment to be seen by more people? Watch more of the video. Oh, you watched 2 seconds? You know, you're going to get... less people are going to see it. You know? I do. I think that's a great way. I think that's a great way of motivating people to engage in a better way. And I think you'd have a lot more people in the comments going back and forth and having productive conversations and, you know, criticism and debates and everything else. Some videos have too many commercials. Some of that's a platform issue. I've seen some pretty big YouTubers complaining about that. Like, they're putting them YouTube's just putting them automatically in and going buck wild insane. Yeah. So that's where some of that's coming from. Like, the platform's doing that some of the times. Which do they value more, watch time or bait comments that promote interaction? I don't think they want bait comments that promote interaction, because a bunch of people bickering in the comments, I mean, I guess maybe that lets the video run passively with ads, but maybe not. Alex says, I didn't see it at all. Starfield is great. Now I have a Total conversion modded into Star Wars Genesis. What are you saying you didn't see at all, Alex? YouTube should start charging money for commenting. People have the need to be heard. No. You can't monetize commenting. No. That would be terrible. No. It just makes sense to me to say, oh, this person watched 10 seconds and they're leaving a scathing comment of hate. That comment should be absolutely deprioritized and shoved down and not seen. Right? Oh, this person watched 8 minutes of a 10-minute video. Well, then let's let people see it. IGN says Yotei is in Shadow's shadow. I mean, they might be correct in what they're saying. I haven't seen what they said. I mean, they're probably going for that let's make people mad with the headline thing. I mean, I might agree with them. Is it a video or is it a tweet? I'm not seeing anything on their Twitter feed. They're all Superman right now. I don't see anything about Yotei from IGN. That's actually kind of weird. Here we go. Here's all the highlights from Sucker Punch's Yotei. All right, let me scroll up and see. They're revamping combat system in a huge way. Here's everything we learned from the state of play. Oh, it's a video? All right, hang on. Again, I might agree with them. Because there is an element of like AC Shadows came out first, and everybody's going to be like, oh, wow, this story is very similar. How Yotei can stand out in AC Shadow. How Ghost of Yotei stands out in Assassin's Creed Shadow. That's a positive video as far as I can tell. It's also a discussion video. Like it looks like it's this three. Yeah, it's these three discussing it. So I would say that sounds like a positive framing. They're saying how it's going to stand out, because I think it's fair to say, hey, you know, AC Shadow came out first. And a lot of people are going to make they're going to make these comparisons. Mr. B says, if you want to be part of the biggest creator collab ever on August 1st, DM me. Oh, I can't. Your DMs are closed, Jimmy. Yubi tried to beat Sucker to the punch. This is true. Yo, if you guys haven't gone through the ritual of hitting the like button yet, feel free to do that right now. I'll DM him for you. Wait, you can DM Mr. Beast? What are we even talking about here? That's instantly what Asman was saying. He also hasn't played Tsushima yet. I think that would be great for guys like Asman and others who skipped out on Tsushima to go give it a whirl. You know, go give it a whirl. See what you think. You know? Yeah, Insider Gaming is claiming that the Halo Combat Evolved remake will only feature the campaign and not multiplayer. That is an interesting one. I still have to go finish Tsushima. I'll do it with the director's cut, a PS5 Pro one of these days. I still haven't cleared. I've still not cleared the island. The Ikishima Island. I had stuff to do there. Like I did the story. I did the main story, but I didn't like go and clear it. I cleared the entire island. They also said Tsushima in their video. Which I thought was interesting. It's coming. That's right. That's right. Are they going to put multiplayer servers for Master Chief Collection on PlayStation later or something? That's one of the most popular Halo games. Tsushima came before Shadows, though. I don't get the Yotei Shadows comparison. Okay, so I actually think it's a fair comparison, right? It's a fair comparison, okay? And here's why. The stories are super, super duper similar, right? Like, they're super duper similar. And I think it's fair to be like, oh, wow, these ended up, you know, these ended up being like almost identical stories. You know, you got a girl whose family in AC Shadows, it's her dad. In this game, it's her dad and it's her family, killed by like an ensemble of baddies that then she hunts down to kill. Like, I actually think it's fair to be like, wow, how did that happen? You know what I'm saying? That is eerily similar, you know? I mean, and again, it's cool. It's a cool story, so it's not like they copied like a bad story. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like they copied a bad story. You know? It's a very, very cool story. No, and again, everybody likes a revenge story. Everybody likes a revenge story. Like they go back, they get the guy, they get the girl, they get the whoever, you know? People like that. I think that's why they made a point of saying you're not a samurai or a ninja in this game. Mm-hmm. Like, they 100% made that a point in the video. 100%. They made sure to say that. I think they said that because they knew there's going to be these comparisons. People are going to be, people are going to be doing this thing of like, well, this is another samurai game or this is another that game, and they're like, no. I think they would say no. I think I would say no. Because, like, okay, so I played Rise of the Ronin. And when I played Rise of the Ronin, I definitely didn't feel like I was playing like just another samurai game. I felt like I was playing sort of a unique take on multiple stances, multiple weapons. So it didn't feel like just another samurai game. And I didn't feel like it was even similar to Tsushima. It didn't feel similar to Tsushima. It felt different. But it felt different because of all those things that they built. Now, somebody might have seen Rise of the Ronin and thought, "Oh, it's just another samurai game," and then they don't give it like a second glance, right? And I think people could have done the exact same thing with Yotei. They could have been like, well, it's just another samurai game. I'm not going to give it a second glance. I think it's pretty clear they wanted it to be sort of an intentional diversion from she's a samurai, come play this new samurai game. It's like, well, no, she's a mercenary. She's got all these, she's got all these tools at her disposal, all these weapons at her disposal, and I think that was a smart play. Because I'll be honest with you, if it was just another game where like she's roaming around with a katana and it's like, female Jin Sakai, I think people would have understandably been like, well, that wasn't much. That's why I think the people that are like, it's more of the same, it just looks like DLC. That's why those people to me are, I don't feel like we're looking at the same game at all. I feel like they very intentionally diverged from just more Jin, My new 5-liter PC case arrives today. That's smaller than a Series X. I have the cutest baby graphics card to put into it. Okay, so we have a different plan today, and the plan was that we're not going to do the Hilly stream because I do have to put some time into Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Is this like Ghost of Tsushima? Sorry, in and out. Ghost of Yotei is essentially the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, but it's a completely different character, and she has completely different weapons. So instead of doing like a bunch of different stances, she has different weapons that she switches from. So the differences are great, in my opinion. I think it's going to help us stand apart. Yo, thank you, Snow, for 3 months. I was just going to say, if you guys want to make a run for 700, I'm happy to help. I mean, I can run the discount on Purple, and we can also make a run on YouTube. You guys, I don't know if any of the big boys here, we were going to go for 700. We were going to unlock a song for tonight. I wrote a sequel to Smiling Face. We were going to have Madam and I play Ghost of Tsushima Legends tonight. So be sure you're here for that. 8 p.m. Eastern on Friday nights. We stream and we have a good time. It's my video capture box. It's like Lono's second PC. Put a tiny handle so I can move it around. Gonna have a 50-60 low profile in it. Very cool. I think that's why she said she's not a samurai or a ninja. Part of Tsushima's story was Jin had to choose between being an honorable samurai and a dishonorable ninja. Well, right. So I think what they're saying is they're trying to chart a course for her that, like, this is a very, very different story and a very, very different journey. She's not dealing with that. Also, you have to remember, they are probably also dealing with just the potential optics and comparisons for those that did play AC Shadows, and that game had a ninja and a samurai, and they're like, yeah, she's neither. She's a mercenary with 5 different weapons that she can use, and then she's got all the range stuff that she can use, and then she's got the kind of ninja style stuff that she can use. I think it's a smart play by them to right from the outset say, no, she's not a ninja, she's not a samurai. I think that's smart, actually. Hang on, I have to approve this comment. It's a long one. Somebody left like a good, thoughtful, long comment on the video from yesterday. So here's what we'll do. I'll give you guys like 10 minutes. If we don't rally, that's fine. If we don't rally, that's fine. I just never want to just like abruptly kind of call it, especially when we're not doing our typical schedule. I am in a bit of a different situation now because I do have early access or review access to a game, and I want to put time into it. And it's not a game where I can just like quickly, drop difficulty and fly through. It is one of those games that is it is more challenging. So. Dude, what? Oh no, I'm getting these now too. I wasn't getting these DMs on my one Twitter account, and now I'm getting them where they like add you to a group with like 130 people. It was only happening on my other account, and now it's happening on this one too. Good Lord. The bots are terrible. I was like, why do I have so many DMs? Oh, I have a haircut. Oh my gosh, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, you know what? We honestly can't extend. I gotta go so I can put some time in that game. I completely forgot that I have a haircut. I should have ended like a half an hour ago. Okay. So my bad. We're still streaming tonight. The goal was met. I'm not worried about that. So I'm going to have to go put some time, into Wu Chang. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys are connecting in the Discord. That way you don't miss out on anything. Discord is a great way to stay connected. And if there's events happening, if people are playing games together, make sure you're in the Discord. Use that Discord command. Thank you guys so much for a great turnout today. This was a great stream. I really, really wanted to start doing that, like trying to drill down on games or things that I'm excited about or opinions that I want to discuss, and trying to get into just better vibes. And I feel like we've achieved that this week. So appreciate you guys so much. Listen, wherever you are in the world, in 6 hours, I'll be down here hanging out with Madam. So in 6 hours, come back, okay? If I don't see you tonight, I'll see you Monday, though. All right? Take care.